There it goes. Check, check. Check, yep. How are the levels? The music's a tad loud. Check, check, 1, 2. Okay. That seems good. Y'all let me know if I'm too quiet or the music's too loud. Okay, it looks like everything's good on Twitch. Oh, I gotta change the... I gotta change the stream info here. It'll be... Okay. Okay, that's better. Oh, and this needs to be... Shit. What I really should do is... Hey, Swanty. What I really should do is... I think I should stop the YouTube live stream when I switch over to Elden Ring. Because, like, in Twitch is cool. Like, Twitch, you can just, like, change the category and the title and stuff. And it, like, splits it for you. But, like, the problem is, it's like, I've got stuff... I got YouTube live streams that are labeled like we're playing Elden Ring, but like the first couple hours of it is this work study stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I don't have to work on it. But so I guess what I'm trying to say is if I stop the YouTube live, I can keep Twitch going. I can stop the other simulcast, change the parameters on the live stream to be appropriate, and then resume the live stream on YouTube, and then that way we'd have, you know, one would be the work study live stream, and then one would be just hanging out and playing Elden Ring. Okay, let me post on the Discord that we roll, and we'll do at here. Let's do it. Okay. All right, so I need to apply for, I got laid off like 2 months ago, so I'm in the process of applying for jobs and things like that. We got a couple of videos here to check out while we're working in the background. Phoebus has suggested several videos, so I'm just getting those queued up for us.
Quick version up front.
Whoa, 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 not yet. Not yet. Copy that link. Put that over there.
Not to make.
No. And then Guy Ritchie.
By the time Snatch came, I had...
Okay. Okay, this one looks really interesting, so we're going to watch that one first. All right, now. Okay, Swanty's here. So now what I want to do is I'm going to get rid of that because I'm going to be typing in personal info and stuff. Don't want to dox myself. And then this one right here. So we're looking for 42. Okay. There we go. There's I got rid of that black line. Okay. I am super interested because I basically got laid off because I set up some AI stuff for my company, and they were able to reduce the staff to by 80% afterwards, and then they let me go once it all was done. So,
ladies, we're back. Well,
wait, let's pause that music. Okay, perfect. Okay, how you doing today, Swanty? Okay, there we go. That's all good. That's all good. All right, cool. So now we can. All right, we've already switched off. Let me pause our music. And I'll mute myself, and I'll make comments as the video goes along. Just going to start applying to some jobs real quick. I got to apply to at least, the goal is to apply to at least 5 jobs. So I'm going to get that rolling. Could take me 30 minutes. It could take me 2 hours. I don't know. Here we go.
welcome to Behind the Diary, and we have a crazy week ahead of us. Flying out to America to have a series of really, really interesting meetings. One of them's with the New York Times. And LinkedIn are announcing something. Here's a clue. You might be about to make some serious money just by posting on LinkedIn. I'm going to reveal something about AI that I've been thinking for some time. Also, these are 2 leaked memos from 2 of the biggest CEOs in the world. They're emails that they sent to their team. So let me explain. I have a memo here from Shopify, but also I'm going to leak my own memo, the memo that I sent to my team this week, and why I'm offering them $20,000 if they listen to what's written in that memo. $20,000. Oh, and also one more thing. I had someone on my podcast, and I'm so obsessed with their company that I'm going to try and invest $1 million into their business. Check of like 1 or 2 million. And in this episode, you're going to see who that is. Think about your favorite company. And now imagine that they let you see in every meeting, in every room from day 1.
Boy, I've forgotten how much work it actually is to start a company. It's a lot of work.
We're building a media company and an investment fund. So what does that mean? In our studio, we create and scale new shows.
You might have seen these flight studio shows, but they're really taking off. I mean, top 10 stars.
We're live, we're all here at Flight Studio.
And use that audience to accelerate some of the most exciting companies in the world.
For the New York Times. times. Obviously, it takes place tomorrow.
That call that I just did in the car was discussing this interview.
Audience, your success, the success of DOAC, the use of analytics in interviewee choice. When I spoke to her, she was very keen and very interested in that aspect.
I guess the wider context here is Flight Story is now launching our company in the United States of America. And I guess this is our big opportunity to announce ourselves to America. One of the questions you might have is, why do we do these things? We reach more than 1 billion people a year at the moment across our own channels. So why do we do interviews that we can't control and marketing on the company's channels? So my previous business, which scaled content and people buy from people. So one of the most effective things you can do if you are building a company is to get your team members build their personal brands, because the algorithm on LinkedIn in particular has a great audio, has the same amount of followers. Number 2 has been speaking on stage. Specifically when I was running an agency business, which is people searching for things on AI, is exploding right now. More than 1 billion people around the world are using AI as most important. Your services, or you, is to get out there and do interviews, because AI is scanning, not social media posts necessarily, it's not scanning LinkedIn necessarily, although it does look at LinkedIn. Of LinkedIn to talk about that. This is a big opportunity. I've literally seen people make millions from these moments. When I do love New York, I come back, I realise that a year or two, who knows, that could see me back here again. Jump in the car and head over to an event with LinkedIn. There's a big event taking place across town. I'm speaking to a team in the UK.
I had zero anxiety about making a film.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, turn over.
Oh my God, I was muted the whole time. Oh my God. All right, so that video that I was clicking through, let me start talking all over again because I thought the mic was muted. The first video that we watched, I'm sure there was some good info in there, but I don't have I'm doing other stuff and I can't pay attention to everything that guy's saying because like 80% of it seems to be self-promotion stuff. And I'm trying to shift the nuggets of what he's trying to get across. And it's like, people are using AI to search things. No shit, Sherlock. It's like, you know, you can make a post on LinkedIn and get a lot of engagement. No shit, Sherlock. That's why they call it social media. It's like, you could post a video and make $1 million. Yeah, if you do a really good job and you kind of get a little lucky at the same time. Tell me something I don't know. Okay. Swanty says that they're doing okay, tired from work, playing Elden Ring tonight. Hopefully get a Nintendo Switch tomorrow. Said that's exciting and free on Fridays. Sweden's National Day is on Friday. That's great. What do you do for a living, Swanty? Okay, we'll check this out. This is Guy Ritchie. He's one of my favorite directors. He directed a little movie called Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. He also made a little movie called Snatch, and I think that's the one they're going to be talking about here. And we'll check this out while I'm I'm in the process of, I got to apply to 5 jobs because y'all know my situation. Once I get applied to those 5 jobs, we're going to put the finishing touches on the cooking video. I might re-render it. The damn video turned out to be, when I rendered it, yeah, we're gonna have to change the size of the settings on the video because I'm not sitting around uploading 10 gigabytes on this connection. Like that'll take like an hour or 2 hours. Like, yeah. So we'll look into that. I have no idea why that file's that big, so we'll probably re-render it. Smaller team designing the communication for railways. Oh, okay, cool. That's I think I know absolutely nothing about that industry. That's great. Yeah, for railways. So I'd imagine one of the challenges are like, you know, if the train goes into some sort of tunnel, better not lose reception because you're in a tunnel. So I'd imagine there's some pieces of equipment that might be installed in the tunnel to help relay a message. But I'm just guessing. Oh, it's Deathforge's birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Deathforge. That's great, man. Many more. Hope there's many more in the future. And you have a great day. Hope you get to eat a piece of cake or something. Leaking cables. Oh God. All right. Okay, let's check this out. I gotta get to rolling. I'll feel a lot better once I apply to 5 jobs.
By the time Snatch came, I had zero anxiety about making a film.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, turnover.
Well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
Matthew was a bit alarmed by my lack of anxiety. And there was lots of booby traps. Finally, the system just turned into a hoax. We good? Do I look tidy? So I watched Snatch last night for the first time. I suspected about 15 years. It might even be longer, actually. And yeah, I was surprised, actually. I'm surprised. I was surprised because it tickled me, and I was surprised how much it tickled me.
Look, dog, look. Look at the dog.
Well, actually, I got offered a lot of films after Lock, Stock, and I think Snatch was sort of all the other stories that I couldn't fit in Lock, Stock. So I felt confident, because that was received well, that I could have another stab at that genre, whatever that genre was. I knew what I was doing there, and I felt second time round I would be more confident. Although we were being offered sort of formidable Hollywood big budget movies, I didn't want to do those, in part out of intelligence and in part out of fear. So I stuck to
Yes.
Snatch, which took me 3 months
Yes.
to write with.
He's like, I don't want to deal with all that Hollywood bullshit. Oh, it just feels so good, because this is a director that I love and respect, and we have the same opinion.
As I say, what was left in the tank of the sort of Lock, Stock days, and I wrote it actually just down the road from here, and I wrote it in 3 months.
Jesus.
I have spectacular dyslexia, I probably write 3 hours a day on average, different things, and my writing, my spelling hasn't improved since I was 12. I know it's not going to improve, but there are some people that think that it's an unconscious addiction to looking like you can't spell. So yeah, Lock, Stock was I wrote on napkins and so on, and then eventually I wrote it in one of those sort of maths books, you know, had lots of lines on it, and I sort of spent a good deal of time sort of doing it in longhand, and then I knew some clever so-and-so that actually put it in script format, and after that then I got quite good on the career. Yeah, well, Mavis Beavis Teaches Typing is what taught me how to type. Actually, I type rather well, though I spell very badly. I can belt words out without looking at the computers. That's sort of one of those things I'm quite smug about, is that I can actually type. So yeah, I wasn't really interested in anything else, and I suppose I was just focused on Snatch because I just thought, just keep your eyes on the prize there. You know what you're doing there, so just focus on that. And I'd seen other filmmakers actually, and filmmakers like I mentioned, and I'm not going to do, but other filmmakers that just came before me, and I saw them bite off more than they can chew, and I thought they're pretty capable, these guys. And I saw them, I was thinking, well, no, they're strange decisions. They're bold and ambitious decisions, but they fell out of the world that they were familiar and confident within. So I think I was probably nervous of, intelligently so, by the way, intelligently nervous and cautious about trying to bite off more than I can chew and not really be thorough at understanding different genres. So we got offered things that actually were sort of in my wheelhouse, but much bigger budgets. You know, we were working, Lock, Stock was $1 million, Snatch was 10 million. and I didn't know what to do with 100 million. And I didn't really want to know what to do with 100 million. I wanted to sort of find my way. So yeah, I just didn't want to bite off more than I could chew. So the writing of Snatch and Lockstock actually was really, there were a series of different stories, folk, sort of lyric pub speak that I picked up in gyms and pubs and whatnot. Interesting little narratives about idiosyncratic characters that managed to capture your imagination, and you were interested in the subculture of these characters, which I felt was never sort of expressed in any format that I was familiar with. I thought what I'll do is I'll tell a writer these tales, and then they'll write these tales for me, and then we'll go make a film, because principally I wanted to be a director, not a writer. I would end up writing scenes and presenting them to writers to rewrite. And then the writers lost interest actually in that process. And then since I couldn't find another writer, I just went, oh, fuck it. Let's take all my notes and cobble.
He said, fine, I'll do it myself.
That into a script. So yeah, it was sort of the lyric tradition of gathering sort of urban legends, put them all in one pot. And then when I found these interesting little tales that I'd heard around pub tables and so on, I would try and find a way of fusing them together in order to give it some kind of narrative, a beginning, a middle and an end. So they were really they were a selection of short stories I had heard around pubs, really. Matthew and I, we met before Lockstock, and then I found him to be mutually as motivated as I was to get into the industry. He was very aggressive, I was very aggressive, and you know, we had the door slammed in our face, as by the way I think people should do. And if you haven't got a key, and if you can't kick the door in, you have to find a way of getting into the building one way or the other. And I felt as though Matthew was as equally as motivated as I was as to get into the building, and he was just going to get in through the chimney, into the basement, come in a suitcase, whatever it was going to be. He and I were going to make sure that we got into that building. He was the only other guy that I met that was as motivated as me as to break into the building of filmmaking, as it were. So yeah, we were great mates. We did everything together. Still good mates. Still very good mates. Matthew was backing me in terms of, look, the first one seemed to work, so I'll back him on the second one. There was a bit of finger wagging when it came to the second one, because he thought I wasn't taking the job very seriously. On Lockstock, I didn't sleep at all. You know, when a car came to pick you up in the morning, I was waiting with notes and storyboards. By the time Snatch came around, yeah, I was oversleeping. And I was surprised with the lack of anxiety that I had about making Snatch. By the time Snatch came, I had zero anxiety about making a film. And Matthew was a bit alarmed by my lack of anxiety on the second movie. So he sent me a very stern note, which I've got somewhere actually, about how I need to take this more seriously. I found that very funny. I didn't take that note very seriously at all. And yeah, I was just sort of, by the time it came out at number 2, I just felt as though I knew what I was doing.
Matt Vaughan, who produced the whole paraphernalia, said that this time there'd be proper trailers, proper food, proper conditions, lobster thermidor at lunch. Not at all.
What are the conditions like?
Potato sandwiches, man, if we were lucky. Am I right?
If we're lucky.
Do you think that's worthy of giving us economy biscuits to eat while we're working for you?
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
No one complained apart from you.
That's not strictly true, actually, Matt.
I'll ask him.
Everyone complains.
Would someone mind telling me? Who are you?
I was directing Jason last night from my living room while he's 6,000 miles away in Los Angeles. And we were commenting on how we think Jason hasn't aged a day, actually, since then. Most people think he looks better. Watching Jason now, watching him then, directing him now, directing him then. And by the way, his performance in that, in Snatch, is like really good. By the way, I just watched Snatch.
You made that?
Hold on, when was the last time you saw Snatch?
20 years ago.
Jay, I tell you, fucking watch it again. Your performance in it is fucking spectacular.
I haven't seen it for a long time.
Have a look. Really dry, really confident. And I think what it was is there was a conspiracy of positive enthusiasm from everyone that was involved in Lock Stock. So drunk on the fumes on Lock Stock, we sort of went to...
You see, that's what you want. That's good to hear when everybody's excited about the project and wants to, do the best that they can instead of just showing up for a paycheck. That's always the best group you want to work with.
War with Snatch. I mean, I wrote that character because with Jason in mind, I think. And the Stevie Graham.
We're going to get Divvy Tommy a new gun.
Tommy's getting a gun.
I met Stevie I made a short film called The Hard Case, and a taxi turned up, and an actor got out the back, and Stevie happened to be in a car. I thought Stevie was driving the car. I think Stevie was his mate, and Stevie got out of the car, and he was Liverpudlian. So he had all that scouts thing going on, and then he started taking the mickey out of some of our actors that were in this short film that I made for $5,000, and his Cockney accent was like spectacular, and to try and do an authentic London accent is almost impossible if you're not from London. And then I said, do that again, and then Stevie I could conjure up any accent, and so I ignored the mate that he came with for the job. We relegated him and put Stevie in, who I thought was the minicab driver.
Why me? Well, you know about caravans.
How's that?
You spent a summer in one.
Oh, and Brad Pitt, when we went to Los Angeles on Lock Stock, I got a call from Brad Pitt's agent, saying, Brad would like to meet you, really likes Lock Stock. And I couldn't think of a bigger, more impressive movie star to me than Brad Pitt. And, as soon as I met him, I thought, well, if he wants to be in my next movie, he's got to be in my next movie.
I actually called up the guy to have a chat with, see if there's anything in the future.
And I said, well, as it happens, Brad, we do have something in the future.
We were thinking, God, there's nothing in it for him, and fucking hell, I've got Brad Pitt saying he wants to work with us. The guy came up with the idea of him playing the Irish gentleman who lives in a caravan.
Mickey?
I wanted Brad to play the Traveller. So I took my shirt off and I'm sort of running around the gaff with my fists out, trying to do the best impression I could of what I thought that character would look like. Anyway, he signed up for it. He went, all right, I'll give that a crack. He got accent coaches and all of that. I had to tell you, and it was becoming a bit dry. And the day before, I said he wasn't very happy with his accent. I wasn't very happy with his accent. I said, I think we should have a bit more fun with this. And then I sort of did the role again. And then Matt Vaughan and myself, the idea was to inspire Brad to take on this role. And it had the reverse effect. He just went, fuck it, you do it. You're really good at it. You do it. You be the guy. And then Vaughan and I were paranoid for the duration of the film that Pitt was just going to go, now you're all right, mate, you crack on. Because no one could understand a word that he was saying. And Sony was the studio at the time. That was their principal concern was, they had Brad Pitt in a movie and no one could understand a word that he was saying.
Do you like dags? Dags. What?
Yeah, Dags.
Dags? Do you like dags? Oh, dogs. Sure. I like dags.
Pitt's hands started running into trouble because the chap he was fighting used to be a sparring partner of Mike Tyson's, and he kept hitting his elbows. There's only so many times you can hit someone's elbows before you can't move your hands anymore. And I think that was our principal concern, was how we could because Brad was all like hot and ready to go. And it was all quite visceral, that stuff. And Pitt did not mind taking a kicking, and he didn't mind giving the other chap a kicking. It was all a question of preserving his mitts. Benicio del Toro, we had Benicio del Toro. He was also pretty hot back then. Usual Suspects at the back. Well, I was a big fan of Usual Suspects. Big fan of him in that. Again, you couldn't understand much of what he was saying in that. Who else did we have? We had Dennis Farina. Dennis was lovely. I was a big fan of Dennis Farina.
Can't get any better than that. No, sir, not me. How was it for camera? Good? Good. No hairs on the gate? Just move on.
So anything that I could do. Dennis Farina I was into. I mean, there was a sort of wish list of stars that I was interested in.
Do one more, Vin. Abby, do up your shoelaces. Abby! Do up your shoelaces!
Vinnie Jones was, for Jason Statham and myself, he was like a sort of older brother to us, and Jason and I had no money. I got paid £8,000 to direct Lock Stock, which was for me, a very impressive amount of money at the time. I'm not sure if I ever got paid that £8,000, incidentally. But yeah, after Lock, Stock, then, so I didn't really have any money. You know, on your first film, you still don't have any dough. And then when we went to Los Angeles first time round, we weren't on anyone's dime, we were on our own dime. So we all flew economy, and we had to try and find accommodation when we got to Los Angeles. And the only person that had any money was Vinny. He said, well, why don't you stay at mine? And I was only there for a couple of days, and Vinny said, look, you take that bed. I said, but Vinny, that's your bed. And he went, no, I've got another room next door. So, you know, I tucked down there and woke up in the morning, walked into the room next door, and Vinny was on the couch. There are infinite examples of Vinnie Jones's generosity towards Jason and myself. He'd always lend you cars. He'd always say, look, here's a bit of money if you're taking someone out on a date. If you try to give him the money back, he'd never accept the money back. There was endless examples of his unmitigated generosity to us, when, particularly in a time when we needed it. I always thought Vinnie Jones would be a movie star ever since I saw him on the football pitch. And then I watched a sort of documentary on Vinnie Jones, and that fascinated me even more. It was like he was into fly fishing and sort of esoteric, kind of the natural esoteric world. And I thought, hold on, how does this all work? I thought he looked spectacular, he was a great athlete. So as soon as we were going to make Lock, Stock, I was desperate to turn him into I always thought Vinnie Jones should be a film star.
Fuck off, Jones! Say what's in the script!
So this dog knows we're mucking about. It's not going to try and bite anyone, is it?
No.
Keep it into my phone.
That's a good job that was there.
Yeah, so we had Lenny, Robbie G. Funny watching Robbie G last night. I mean, Robbie G, firstly, has a brilliant accent, he has a brilliant voice and a brilliant delivery. I think that's when I really first started laughing in the movie yesterday.
No, don't move it now, otherwise people will see the damage. What'd you do that for?
I didn't see it there.
It's a 4-ton truck, Tyrone. It's not as though it's a packet of fucking peanuts, is it?
It was a funny angle.
Addy is an old friend of mine. Addy I met in a paint shop back in probably 92, I should think. I had a flat in Fulham, and Addy worked in a paint shop down the road. And I thought, again, he was like a character like Vinny. I thought, whoever that guy is, if I ever make a movie, I'm going to put that guy in a movie.
All I saw was this little todger gun like this.
And Lenny was quite a sort of big deal. He's got a pretty sort of kind of respected actor back then, and still is. So, yeah, there were those three chaps.
Tyrone, what have you done?
Yeah, Tyrone, what have you done?
I always thought Mike Reid had that voice, which people don't seem to have those voices anymore, and that I sort of grew up being impressed with that sort of deep...
Yeah, because people stopped smoking like a chimney.
Cockney, husky voice, which people just don't seem to have anymore.
Heavy. You've got to understand, this ain't exactly Vegas, and this ain't exactly legal.
Which I always found I was very impressionable to that sound, because it was like, where did that come from? That accent and that timbre, the cadence in his voice, it represents a spirit of London. Yeah, so Mike Reid I really wanted because Mike Reid had a great voice. Alan Ford also had a great voice, actually, great teeth, great eyes.
Pull your tongue out of my arsehole, Gary.
So I chose them primarily, I think, on their voice. And even I'm in the film, actually.
That's me. Hey, good son.
So I'm in the pub there reading, and actually I think what it was is I started off directing from that position. I may have had a small monitor actually underneath the newspaper. I said, "Oh, just leave me here."
Pete Wignall, you're fined. Stuart, you're fined. And whoever that man is with the hat is fined. What for? Being in fucking shop.
When we first started making music videos and short films and commercials, I found the most efficient way of making sure things got done was to find people. It was a humorous kind of idea and keep the sort of a jolly spirit to keeping everyone motivated and focused.
I'm going to fine you every day that you don't have a sheet of fines. All right. Okay? Yeah. £10 a day. All right. All right.
Do you get £10 a day?
So I would charge people if they didn't meet their deadlines a £5 or a £10, and that took on a momentum, and it also made the day fun. And by the way, we still have a fining system that occasionally pops up on in different productions now. And then it became a game because, you know, if you were caught with a phone on set, and if your phone went off on set, then you really ended up in trouble. So people were slipping phones into people's pockets and, of course, calling them and that sort of nonsense.
Oh, so sorry. I fucking feel terrible.
Fine. That is a fine.
What's your name? What is it, red or yellow?
So yellow. So yellow.
Stay. Hang on, look at my chair.
Not Mary.
That's my.
I imagine in the end the fining system turned against me in the end. So no matter how much I fine people, then I found that they started applying the same rules to me. So and there was lots of booby traps. But in the end, yeah, the fining system just turned into it was a hoax and a reason to have a laugh.
Let's have a look at what? Your mobile phone. What mobile phone?
See the position. Team.
Yeah, I can't remember what the fine was. What was the fine?
It was a plant. It was a plant.
What's the fine before rehearsal was undertaken? So that's £16.
I fucking hate you.
This is the scene of the opening montage of the film. Line by line, we have the entire movie drawn. So when we're on set, we know what we're doing. It takes us almost as long to draw it as it does to shoot it.
In that opening sequence, there's half my cast is in that opening sequence. But I think that was informed by sort of music videos or whatever I was making at the time. How do you take creatively? How do you go from one introduction of one character to another one in an interesting, creative fashion? I was influenced by the Wild Bunch, and the credit sequence in the Wild Bunch. They had freeze frames in that, and freeze frames become very unfashionable. But what I liked about those westerns is, or westerns in general of a certain period, of Sam Peckinpah, is he'd embrace the film itself. So film itself has, if people wish to dial into this, film itself has its own language. Someone like Peckinpah seemed to celebrate in the texture of film. I wanted to sort of hark back to some of those filmmakers that had made an impression on me. There was a very good commercials director called Jonathan Glazer, and he made a video using a camera called Photosonics for Radiohead. And I remember when I saw that, black and white, and a chair falling backwards, and he speed ramped within that music video. I thought, I'm going to use that in a movie. What I wanted to do was to use the textural nature of film itself within the film. So I wanted the film to be a character. So hence there was a lot of freeze frames, speed ramps, and anything else that I could do to express the nature of celluloid. And to see that in the first time in narrative, in film, to me was, you know, a historical moment within film, as it was a historical moment within music videos or commercials. I also made my mind up quite early on that I was making a decision to be very anti-English in a traditional sense. Although oddly, as an older man, I love English costume dramas. When I was 28 years old, when I was making Snatch, I was determined to be the antithesis of that English voice. What I wanted was a completely different English voice than what, you know, the world was sort of recognizing us creatively in the world of film at that period through costume dramas. One of the other things about costume dramas is they really took their time over certain sequences, and I wanted to break the tradition of taking time. All I care about is how do we get from A to B in the most efficient fashion possible.
Bang. Getting closer, really. Bang. Balls, London bass.
So we ended up with,
Do you hear that, Doug?
I'm coming to London.
Evie, shut up and sit down, you big bald fuck.
All the tunes in both Lock, Stock and all the tunes in Snatch came from pubs, and they were all my favourite tunes from jukeboxes from 1985 up to 1998. So when I was writing, I'd never think about, You know, what music's going to go with what. And afterwards, I'd go to my Rolodex of favourite pub tunes from jukeboxes and go, oh, let's try this, let's try that, you know, and then, you know, that could dictate the tonality of the scene, simply because these were tunes that sort of meant a lot to me. And they were tunes like Golden Brown by the Stranglers.
Golden brown, texture like sun, lays me down, with my mind she runs.
Ghost Town by the Specials.
Give me the case.
Fuck you. Shoot me.
Oasis, yeah, Fucking in the Bushes. That album Mezzanine by Massive Attack, that must have come out, what, 96 or something like that? And that had a big impact on me. And they were just tunes that I just found myself listening to again and again and again. They just meant something to me at that time.
Oh, I love this track.
One of the things that I do lament is I feel as though I sort of wish that I'd made a follow-up to Snatch. But I was so distracted by other things in my life at that time that I didn't know what was up and what was down.
You could said you had a girlfriend at the time, man. It's okay.
But you know, if I was in that position now, knowing what I know now, I probably would have made 3 of those. If I sat down and thought about it now for 15 minutes, I could. You know, I mean, Brad Pitt became Tyson Fury. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't take me too long to piece together where all those characters are now.
What's happening with those sausages, Charlie?
Those sausages will be ready soon. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes.
I need to have a shake.
Oh, that's great. That was really, really great interview. Switching gears, we're gonna check out. I love Guy Ritchie, really do. It was a great interview. Thank you for suggesting it, Phoebus. Now we're switching gears over to Gamers Nexus. So if you search for Nexius on YouTube, these guys show up first. But that's okay. That just means I need to keep making content until I show up first. Ha! So they are reviewing the new AMD 9060 XT, which is a 16 gigabyte GPU. Let's check it out.
Front for the people who just want the numbers. Against the RTX 5060, the RX 9060 XT 16GB is anywhere from 2% to 17% better at 1080p, typically 10%. It's the same to 22% better at 1440p, and it's sometimes worse to up to 21% better at 4K with more variability there. In RT, the 9060 XT again ranges from significantly worse than the RTX 5060 in Black Myth Wukong to can't divide by 0 better in some specific scenarios where the 5060 runs out of VRAM, and to be clear, that would also happen to the 9060 XT 8GB model, which exists. Against itself, AMD's ray tracing performance has continued to show a significant improvement over the last generation, with it sometimes equating the 7700 XT in RT scenarios. And now that we have the important stuff out of the way, a quick call back to a few months ago. AMD, don't fuck this up, okay? And unfortunately, we're back to that because AMD can't just launch a product and shut the fuck up. It has to shove its own foot so deep into its mouth that it comes out the other side. Today, reviewing the 9060 XT, and as usual, it comes with its side of executive marketing tweets. And we have a lot of thoughts about that. There's also a review in here too. Before that, this video is brought to you by Lian Li and the O11D Evo RGB case. The O11D Evo RGB is an updated entry to the famed O11 lineup, retaining heavy support for fan mounts, drive mount locations, and flexibility on component mounting, such as 2 options for the power supply. The O11D Evo RGB's dual chamber approach aims to maximize cable storage on the backside to streamline cable management, coupling this with a unique vertical GPU mount to showcase the most expensive part in most systems. Learn more at the link in the description below. If you want to jump to just the numbers and the review and the benchmarks, that's fine. We've got them. You can go to the timestamp. But we need to talk about the bullshit that AMD is doing as well, because we've done the same thing for NVIDIA, and that's the fair thing to do. So AMD Frank Azor, and guy who once bet Twitter $10 that he'd have better supply than NVIDIA during peak COVID supply shortages, tweeted this recently. Quote, majority of gamers are still playing at 1080p and have no use for more than 8 gigabytes of memory. Most played games worldwide are mostly esports games. We wouldn't build it if there weren't a market for it. If 8 gigabytes isn't right for you, then there's 16 gigabytes. Same GPU, no compromise, just memory options. And remember, we can trust AMD's opinion on video games.
And we raised the bar yet again with our latest generation. Personally, I've been playing some of my favorite games on a new 900 X380 like Hogwarts Legacy, Far Cry 6, and Ashes of the Singularity.
Back to Azer's tweet. First of all, AMD is the king of building things that have no market for them. For example, the 2004 personal internet communicator that it abandoned in under 2 years. Bulldozer, anti-lag plus the first time because there's not a market for getting VAC banned. The FX 9370, the Radeon Pro Duo, Athlon 64X 23800 plus EESFF, Vega Frontier Edition, Radeon 7, Vega 64, the AMD RX 6300, which exists, the Radeon 6500 XT with PCIe Gen 4x4 somehow, the HD 2900 XT, AMD Fusion Render Cloud, AMD Live, exclamation point, and finally, the AMD mountain bike.
Oh no, God, this is so slow. Oh, oh. How much travel did we use? Shift! Shift, you Shift! I wonder if it's gonna snap something like on the cassette for the front rings. It's kind of wild that the bash guard shattered like that.
And that is still the proudest I've ever been of a product that GN killed completely on its own. That might be the only one that we were solely responsible for the death of the product. Which is better than AMD being responsible for the death of a person riding it. Now, secondly, because I did say first of all before all that, quote, same GPU, no compromise, end quote, while having half the VRAM is literally a compromise. That is the definition of a compromise in the same way that Corsair's i500, which claimed no compromises, was a compromise in its entirety to the extent that they later went through and removed all the no compromise marketing language from the website after the review. But rebranding compromise as options is the type of thing you'd put on your job application to become the chief architect of marketing. Okay, bad example. But this is what AMD's best at. In June 2020, AMD posted a blog post saying that 4 gigabytes of VRAM, quote, is evidently not enough for today's games, end quote. January 2022, AMD hides the blog post just ahead of the launch of the 4 gigabyte GPU, and then panicked when it was discovered and unhid the blog post. In 2020, after NVIDIA's paid 8K marketing campaign, Acer tweets, quote, I guess we'll scratch our 16K gaming message, end quote. November 2020, AMD partners with Sony to slap a gigantic 8K sticker on the PlayStation 5 boxes that it later removed the label from. Also, November 2020, Frank Acer tweets about successfully buying his own product in a market with a massive GPU shortage, presumably to save $10 from a bet. 2017, AMD posted a video that said poor Volta before having its ass handed to it by NVIDIA for the next several generations.
Noob Fever says Epic Games is giving away Tiny Tina's Wonderlands for free. So there's a free game on the Epic Game Store is what you're saying? Thanks for letting everybody know, Noob Fever.
Also, years past, the Fury is called the Overclocker's Dream. 2016, now former AMD corporate vice president Roy Taylor sat next to me at the RX 480 launch event, looked over my shoulder at the laptop where I was looking up the Fury X specs, and asked why I was looking them up. I said I couldn't remember if it had 4 gigabytes of memory. He said, we'll never make that mistake again. Spoiler alert. That's the same event where AMD gave us the tech demo of the RX 480 running in Crossfire because 2 of them beating a single GTX 1080 is good marketing. And they had Ashes of the Singularity running on one system with the GPU benchmark and the other system with the CPU benchmark. It's like weaponized incompetence. The point is, AMD marketing continues to do AMD marketing things and can't get out of its own way. AMD is single-handedly keeping podiathodontists employed at this point with how many emergency foot-from-mouth extraction surgeries they have to perform. The point is that an 8GB card should not exist for $300 today. Not for NVIDIA, not for AMD. 8GB cards do have a place. He's right about that. But it's not in $300 solutions. We had 8GB cards for $200 years ago when AMD was pushing the RX 480s and 580s on fire sale. It's as if VRAM stopped advancing, and it's actively hurting gaming today. You'll definitely notice this within a few years, but you will also almost certainly notice it even today. We've already shown examples of it being a problem with NVIDIA, and it's the same thing with AMD. If AMD wants to sell an 8GB esports card, or whatever they want to call it, it can do that. But do it for the true low end. AMD is right back to NVIDIA minus $50. AMD hasn't realized that it has to invest in its brand. Ways to do that would include actually investing in it, like what Intel's doing with Arc, where they willingly take less money to establish market share to try and eventually grow it. Another way to do it would be to shut the fuck up on Twitter. Get the executives off of Twitter. It's not helping. The investment is supposed to go into products and getting market share, not into one-upping NVIDIA's fuck-ups. Like, we're competing on the wrong thing. And giving out review samples doesn't undo any of the incompetence at play here. So anyway, that is the rant. We do still have a review, and we're gonna still go through just the numbers like we always do and talk about the numbers. But I don't know why they both have to suck so much right now. It's really frustrating. Anyway, we've got a review to get to, so let's do that. We'll start with a quick thermal test to evaluate how the Sapphire Pulse model does. These lower end cards sometimes get shafted with poorly applied thermal solutions or just mounting issues. In a 100% rendering workload, the 9060 XT GPU temperature sensor climbed to about 56 degrees Celsius steady state. That's completely acceptable. The hotspot temperature was 79 degrees, meaning that there is about a 23 degree delta between the two. The highest we've ever seen for GPUs without there being something enormously wrong was in the 40s for a poorly installed GPU cooler, and that was pretty wrong. And this is why we pay attention to the delta to begin with. In this instance, 23 is higher than we'd like to see, but both numbers are well within the tolerances, and we can thank the relatively low power limit of this particular GPU for that more than the cooler. Memory temperatures ran warm at 85 degrees Celsius and an ambient of 21 degrees Celsius. We'd like to see this cooler, at least a couple degrees, because it leaves little room for aging of the thermal interface material and ramping internal case temperatures for internal ambient. But there's still enough room here that it's okay overall, considering the relatively lower heat flux of this memory. We'll evaluate this closer in our teardown video that goes up later today, hopefully. One thing we noticed was the bump right at the start. The fans took a little bit to kick in, and they didn't hit until the GPU bounced off of what we assume is the VBIOS temperature target. You can see that in that bump at the start where it's a 56 degree GPU temperature, and then after this it aggressively gets cooled down, and then the fans slowly allow that to ramp back to the temperature target. Next, we checked the frequency log to ensure the card was hitting the advertised clock speed. In the same test, where the GPU leveled out at 56 degrees Celsius, the core frequency held at about 3130 megahertz or so. The advertised boost frequency is up to 3130 megahertz, according to AMD directly, so it's hitting that up to marker just barely at the high end of the up to, which is 3130. We also ran a quick acoustic test in our hemi-anechoic chamber that we built. The RX 9060 XT Pulse ended up being almost too quiet to get a good read on it, as it's near our noise floor. The device measured at about 16 dBA under full load and tested at 1 meter distance in the chamber, shown by the green line in this plot with some 9070 models and XTs for reference. The 9060 XT Pulse ended up with a slight spike at around 500 Hz, which we've seen in the other cards on this chart as well. And then it had otherwise a relatively gradual frequency fall off later on in the plot. Nothing jumped out at us here, there's no weird behavior, and that's a compliment for the Pulse. It's pretty standard. The low power draw of the card allows the fans to spin relatively slowly, so it's likely that the other fans in your system would be louder than this GPU. Dragon's Dogma 2 is up first. Tested at 4K, the RX 9060 XT outperforms the RTX 5060 GPU. We're in unplayable territory for these, but this is still a useful tool to understand scaling across resolutions. The RX 9060 XT 16GB that we're testing today leads the 5060 by 7% here, with both behind the former flagship 2080 Ti GPU. The jump from the 9060 XT to the 9070 is huge, at 79% improved to the next card up from AMD. AMD has a large performance gap between these models. In between, we can find the 7900 XT, the 7800 XT, also from AMD, and the 6950 XT around the levels of the 7900 GRE as well. NVIDIA competition additionally includes the 5060 Ti, which ran at 40 FPS average and outperformed the 9060 XT by 11%. At 1440p, the 9060 XT ran at a playable 65 FPS average, with lows proportionately spaced. The lows for all the latest NVIDIA and AMD cards are indicative of consistent frame time pacing for the game. The 65 FPS result positions the 9060 XT near the level of the 7700 XT and the 3070 Ti, just below the 5060 Ti. The 5060 Ti has a 7% lead, with the 9060 XT leading the 5060 non-Ti by 14%. The 9070 is, of course, significantly better. It's also more expensive, at 106 FPS average to the 9060 XT's 65 FPS average. So there remains a large gap between these. Currently, that gap is filled again by the 7800 XT, the 7800 GRE, the 6950 XT of prior generations from AMD, or the 3080, 4070, and 5070 from NVIDIA, so these might be some good starting places for used options. At 1080p, the 9060 XT again sits around the 3070 Ti and the 7700 XT levels of performance. That positions it ahead of the RTX 5060 by 13%, with the 5060 Ti ahead of the 9060 XT by 8%. The 9070 improves to 134 FPS average from the 86 FPS average of the 9060 XT, or 54%, with the 9070 XT improving by 68.5% to 145 FPS average, just below the 5070 Ti and prior XTX flagship. Generationally and by name only, which again has shifted in meaning for both AMD and NVIDIA, the 9060 XT improves on the 7600 by 42% and the 6600 XT by 48%. The 6600 XT launched at around $380, but was available later in its life commonly for $220 to $260. Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail is up now, first at 4K. By framerate alone, the 9060 XT is basically the exact same product as the 6700 XT here. The two are nearly identical in performance. There's a VRAM difference, obviously a specs difference, but how they perform in reality is basically the same. The original MSRP for the 6700 XT was around $480, and later in its life it was commonly available for $300 to $350. In other words, against only the launch price, AMD has come down about $130 to equal the performance of a card from 4 years ago. Checking sold listings of the 6700 XT on eBay, since a used one would be a viable alternative to these 9060 XTs, you can find them from $250 or so up to $400, with a lot of the listings in the range of the upper 200s and lower 300s. The 4060 Ti is about tied with the 9060 XT, with the 7700 XT slightly ahead. The 5060 leads the 9060 XT in this game and benchmark, part of our established fact that AMD just generally struggles in this particular test right now as compared to NVIDIA. In fact, even Intel's B580 is outperforming the 9060 XT here, and it's cheaper. In this test, the 9060 XT just doesn't do that well overall. The same was true of the 9070 and the 9070 XT in this testing. At 1440p, the 9060 XT ran at 85 FPS average, which has it equivalent to the 6700 XT from 2021, slightly below the B580, although with better 0.1% lows, and just barely ahead of the RTX 4060 Ti. This game is one of Intel's more promising for performance gains against the incumbents, and remains one of AMD's weaker games. The 5060 leads the 9060 XT by 2% for average FPS, with lows functionally the same. The RTX 5060 Ti at 104 FPS average leads the 9060 XT by 22%. As we've seen in the past, AMD's competitive performance in Final Fantasy XIV, at least for Dawntrail the way we benchmark it, just isn't as strong as in other titles. Generationally, the 9060 XT leads the 6600 XT's 63 FPS average by 36%, the 6600 by 62%, and NVIDIA's once most common GPU, the GTX 1060 6GB for this model, by 158%. Starfield is up next. Sometimes people ask why we still test this game. Well, we figured it makes sense to benchmark a game nobody plays with cards nobody wants to buy. AMD's RX 9060 XT ran at 39 FPS average, with lows proportional to the average. None of the NVIDIA or AMD cards on this chart have particularly strong or weak 1% or 0.1% lows. The 5060 Ti 16GB at 41 FPS average outperforms the 9060 XT 16GB by 5%. Against the new 5060 that we bought for $330, the 9060 XT leads by 18.8% in average frame rate. Lows scale along with the average. We need to drop the resolution though for more cards to compare. Dropping to 1440p, the RX 9060 XT ran at 62 FPS average and ended up between the 5060 Ti and the 3070 Ti. The RTX 5060 Ti's 65 FPS average is indistinguishably different from the 9060 XT from an experiential standpoint, but technically ahead by 6%. Buying a higher-end card instead, like the 9070, would improve the performance in this title in that instance by 56%, from 62 FPS average to 96. One of the cheapest 9070s in stock at the time of writing this was $650. That's about $100 over MSRP, which means that a $350 9060 XT 16GB, if you could find it at that price, would achieve 64% of the performance for 54% of the price. We expect it'll be more than $350 though. Down the stack and against older generations, the 9060 XT distances itself from the 6700 XT this time, despite similar performance in other games, and improves upon the 6600 XT by 63%, the 6600 by 94%, and the 2060 by about the same. Intel's B580 is similar to the RX 7600 in performance, but it suffers in frame time consistency in this game, so it's just the averages that's similar. Its experience would be noticeably worse as a result. Tested at 1080p, the 9060 XT ran at 77 FPS average and maintained consistent lows, just like the other AMD and Nvidia cards at its flanks. The 5060 Ti runs just 4.7 FPS average higher frame rate, or a 6% advantage. Against the 5060 non-Ti, the 9060 XT leads by 17%. AMD's prior 7900 GRE, the 6950 XT, and Nvidia's new 5070 all end up ahead of the 9060 XT in a similar clustered ranking. Beyond that, there's the 9070, which has an average FPS at 118 or 52% ahead. By MSRP, which the 9070 still regularly is not, it's typically around $650, what we're seeing right now, that'd be a 52% performance gain for a 57% price increase, again by MSRP, but we can't be sure where the 9060 XT will land until launch. Resident Evil 4 is up now at 4K. The 9060 XT's 56 FPS average has it about equal to the 5060 Ti. Neither has a frame time consistency advantage over the other, and all these metrics are within variance. They're the same result. The 3070 Ti is just behind the 9060 XT, with the 7700 XT just ahead of the 5060 Ti and the 9060 XT. And he improves upon the 5060's 46 FPS average by 20%, which is the same improvement from the Intel A770. In this game, the ARC GPUs do better for frame time consistency than they have elsewhere. The 9060 XT is also 22% improved over the Intel B580, although the B580 is commonly cheaper. Generationally, noteworthy markers in this chart include the 2060, the 6600, the 6600 XT, and the 7600, all of which would have a significant improvement moving to the 9060 XT or to a 5060 Ti type of GPU. At 1440p, the 9060 XT held a 106 FPS average, putting it between the 5060 Ti and the 3070 Ti. The 5060 Ti is 6% ahead in average frame rate. The 7700 XT and the 4070 outperform both of these, with the 5070 notably ahead in both price and performance. The 9070 again leaves a large gap between it and the 9060 XT, with a 62% improvement over the new card. Versus the 5060, the 9060 XT runs 17% ahead, about the same as its uplift over the 3070, the 4060 Ti, and similar to the 6700 XT. Intel's B580 does okay to hang on here, but isn't keeping up with the newer 5060 and 9060 XT. It's getting closer though, so we'll see what Intel achieves in the next generation. Versus older cards, users of the 2060 would see an improvement of 127% to the 9060 XT. 6600 owners would see the jump from 58 FPS to 106 FPS average, nearly doubling, and 6600 XT users would also see a meaningful uplift. Black Myth Wukong is up now, tested first at 4K just for scaling purposes. The 9060 XT ran at 25.6 FPS average here. That's obviously not playable, but let's look at the scaling. Against the 5060, performance is about the same. The 5060 Ti is 22% ahead, so similar to what we've seen even in higher frame rate scenarios. The 9070 improves on the 9060 XT by 61% here. Let's move to a lower resolution. At 1440p, the 9060 XT climbs to 49 FPS average. That has it at about the same level as the 7700 XT and the 3070 Ti. The 5060 Ti is about 17% ahead of the 9060 XT in this test, with the 7800 XT similarly ahead. As for the new 5060, that provides functionally the same experience when not running into VRAM issues. The 3070 is around the same spot as the 5060. The 9060 XT at least improves over prior generation parts in a meaningful way. Against the RX 6600 XT's 29 FPS average, we saw a 66% improvement. Versus Nvidia's popular 2060 from years and years ago, the uplift is 94% from 25 FPS average. 1080p puts the 9060 XT into playable territory without any form of upscaling, and with these quality settings, the 9060 XT ran at 71 FPS average with lows where we'd expect them. The 5060 Ti's 81 FPS average has it 14% ahead of the 9060 XT here, with the 5060's 66 FPS average giving up an 8% lead to the 9060 XT. This is a stronger title for Nvidia even when rasterized. Intel's B580 actually does okay for frame time pacing this time, but ends up far down the stack unfortunately with averages and adjacent to the old 3060 and prior generation 7600. It's just not competitive here. Dying Light 2 is up now. 4K isn't worth much time. First of all, as we all know, the human eye can only see 30 FPS without running 2 of them in SLI, which enables 60 FPS visibility. One of our viewers with glasses in the last review pointed out that his spectacles actually enable MFG 4X, multiplying the visible frame rate by a further 2x on top of SLI eyeballs. All of that is to say, at 32 FPS average for the 9060 XT, we're past perfection anyway.
Does that make any sense? And it's perfect. It's completely perfect.
The 5060 Ti outperforms the 9060 XT by 20% here, similar to some of the other tests, even in spite of the heavy workload. That's why we include these tests, though. It's for the heavy workload. The 5060 is about the same, so let's move on. At 1440p, the 9060 XT ran at 63 FPS average with good lows, but not any better than any of its competitors. The 3070 is slightly ahead, and critically, the B580 is actually about the same. Intel does well in this one, outperforming the 5060 in average and in lows, while being functionally equal to the 9060 XT's metrics. That's...
Hey, Pumpkin, yeah, we're definitely going to game a little bit. We got a couple of things in front of that, though. Typically game later in the evening. I got laid off like 2 months ago, so I'm actually in the process of applying to a bunch of jobs. I try to apply to 5 to 10 every day. That's what it takes these days to even get a call back or set up an interview or whatever. So as soon as I get done doing that, we're going to move over to video editing. We're going to finish the final touches on the cooking video. We'll get that uploaded. I got to write a script for the next video, and then I'll sleep on it. And after we're done writing that script, we'll move over to the gaming. So probably another hour or two. I've already applied to 3 jobs. I've got, let's see here, 1, 2, 3. And I'm looking for the 4th and the 5th right now. And as soon as that's done, like I said, we move over to the video editing. Not going to take long. I just need to make a couple of changes, re-render the video, post it, then write the script. It's not going to take long to write the script because I just need to figure out what I want to say. I kind of already have an idea. And then we move over to... Then we move over to the gaming. So, sorry about that. There's something wrong with the AC. I'm going to have to look at it later today. There's something wrong with the condensation pump. Maybe it's clogged or something. I don't know. The water in it looks dirty, so I'm going to have to take it apart and clean it up. Oh, well. Not that y'all care about that. So thanks for hopping in, Pumpkin. I definitely want to, like, if I could get away with it, I'd game 100% of the time. But I gotta try to be responsible. So we're checking out videos until then.
More exciting than Nvidia or AMD here. But as for Nvidia, the 5060 and 9060 XT would feel about the same in play in this game, with the 5060 Ti improving on the 9060 XT by 17%. Again, users of the now venerable RTX 3080 10GB can feel pretty good about their purchase, because the card is still hanging in there and keeping pace with modern GPUs, not too distant from the 9070. Speaking of, the 9070's uplift over the 9060 XT is 68%, putting them again in totally different price and performance classes. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty is up next. Tested at 4K, the RX 9060 XT ran at about 30 FPS average, so although there's only a 6% lead for the 5060 Ti, we're too constrained in performance to have a full picture yet. The 5060 fell notably below the 9060 XT here, with the AMD device holding a 21% advantage. Let's see if that sticks at 1440p. At 1440p, the 9060 XT ran at 64 FPS average and landed between the 3070 Ti and the 5060 Ti. The lead over the 5060 non-Ti drops to 16.7% here, down from about 21% at the less playable 4K. As for the 5060 Ti, its lead actually didn't change much. It's at 7.5% ahead now, from around 6% previously. The 9060 XT is playable with these settings. Moving to something like a 5070 or a 9070 would obviously be a huge jump up and would give some more room for higher settings, or just future games, or even mods in this game, but that's also a big price jump. At 1080p, the 9060 XT pushed up to a 100 FPS average. The 5060 Ti's lead is now 8.8%, so we've seen it slowly increase its advantage over the 9060 XT as resolution has decreased. That's why we run the 4K tests even when the performance is too limited to play, because it can give some interesting insights like this. As for the 5060, the 9060 XT leads it by 12% now, so it has consistently dropped from the 4K lead of about 21%. Ray tracing benchmarks are next. We'll start with the worst case scenario for everybody except for Nvidia, which is Black Myth Wukong. First, at 4K upscaled, the 9060 XT ends up at the bottom of the stack. AMD has at least improved its ray tracing performance over the 7000 series, shown with the 7900 XT equaling the 9060 XT, but it's not good enough to contend with Nvidia, even if ignoring the low frame rate at this resolution. The 5060 runs a 52% higher average frame rate than the 9060 XT here. Let's move to something that might actually run. At 1440p upscaled and ray traced, the 9060 XT ran at 31 FPS average and landed just ahead of the 2080 Super. That gives the 5060 non-Ti and its 45 FPS average a lead of 44%, down from the 52% previously. We'll see if that continues to the more playable next resolution at 1080 upscaled. The 5060 Ti ran at 54 FPS average, leading the 9060 XT by 72%. Even the 9070 XT was technically below the 5060 Ti, showing just how this particular game remains undefeated for Nvidia. At 1080p upscaled, the 9060 XT ran at 47 FPS average. As always, for us, it's not about the absolute frame rate, but instead the relative frame rate. In a relative sense, then, the 5060 ends up 37% ahead of the 9060 XT. In an absolute sense, it's also just more playable at the frame rate it's at. The interesting part, though, is the shrinking of the gap at lower resolutions here, possibly because of how overrun it was. AMD's GPU went from yielding a 52% advantage to the 5060 to 44% at 1440p to 37% at 1080p upscaled. At this rate, maybe they'll be at parity at 144p or something. The 5060 Ti ends up 60% ahead here, with the 9070 XT around the same level as that. AMD gets left behind in this particular game with RT on. Dragon's Dogma 2 with ray tracing is up next. At 4K and not upscaled, just at normal 4K, the 9060 XT ran at 32 FPS average, basically tying the 2080 Ti and just behind the 3070 Ti. The 5060 Ti leads by 11% here, with the 9060 XT leading the 5060 non-Ti by 6.4%. Better performers include the 5070 at 49 FPS average, or 53% improved, and the 9070 at 76% improved. That breaks rank from what we saw in most rasterization tests. Of course, you could keep scaling up, and we have results for that as well. At 1440p with RT and no upscaling, the 9060 XT's 56 FPS average puts it well into playable territory with these settings. That has the 7700 XT just barely ahead, but the same from an experiential standpoint, and the 3070 is behind. The lead over the 5060's 50 FPS average is 12% for a somewhat meaningful advantage. The 5060 Ti has a similar lead of 10% over the 9060 XT. Compared to prior generations, AMD has improved on its architecture significantly and boosted its RT performance meaningfully. This is something we already saw in the 9070 XT review, but it continues at the lower end. The 9060 XT is a big jump over cards like the 6600 XT and the 6600 when going back a couple generations. At 1080p, the 9060 XT's 78 FPS average put it between the 7700 XT and the 5060 Ti. The 5060 Ti's lead drops from 10% that we saw at 1440p to just 5.5% at 1080p, with the 9060 XT increasing the gap against the 5060, now at 17% from 12% before. AMD is scaling better in this test as resolution decreases, even with RT enabled. Moving on to Dying Light 2 with ray tracing at 1440p upscaled. The 9060 XT was at 51 FPS average here and didn't have any issues to speak of for frame time consistency. That has it ahead of the 5060 by less than 2 FPS, which wouldn't be noticeable in real play. The 5060 Ti's lead is more meaningful at 17.8% over the 9060 XT, and overall, AMD is mostly improving on its own past performances here. It nearly hits the 7800 XT levels with the 9060 XT, so at least that's an improvement in RT. At 1080p, the 9060 XT's 77 FPS average has it again at about the level of the 7800 XT, just ahead of the 7700 XT. The 5060 Ti is about 13% better in average frame rate, with the 9070 48% better than the 9060 XT, and similar to the 5070. AMD's 9060 XT is 7.8% ahead of the 5060 non-Ti here. The B580 is down below that, though not far below, and it has okay frame time pacing this time around. The 3060 Ti remains a weirdly relevant comparison to the 5060, which sort of makes it feel like a 3060 Ti Super or something. Resident Evil 4 Ray Traced is next, first at 4K upscaled. The RX 9060 XT 16GB ran at 63 FPS average here, putting it relatively close to the 5060 Ti's 67 FPS average. The 5060 Ti has a lead of just 7% here, which is good for the 9060 XT. The 5060 gives the 9060 XT a 14% advantage, so it's positioned better in this test than in some of the other RT benchmarks. Lows are also consistent and proportional to the average, similar to the flanking devices from Nvidia and AMD. Intel actually also had an okay overall performance here, with a 50 FPS average that begins to threaten the RTX 5060, though not the 9060 XT. Intel is mostly contending with the fact that it's not consistently competitive, despite having improved this significantly with Battlemage. At 1440p upscaled and with RT, the 9060 XT's 102 FPS average puts it just below the 7700 XT. The 5060 Ti is now 10% ahead, up from its 7% lead at 4K. The 9060 XT's 10 FPS lead over the 5060 non-Ti also reduces its advantage to 11% from 14% previously. And finally, we'll show the VRAM issues on the 8GB 5060. These also apply to the 9060 XT 8GB model, which we'll test separately later. In this ray tracing benchmark of Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty with 1080p RT medium settings, the 5060 ran at 51 FPS average, which sounds okay, but had awful lows at 21 FPS for 0.1%. What's important is looking at its neighbors. The 7800 XT had nearly the same average, but its lows indicated far more consistent and less choppy frame time pacing with the 43 FPS 0.1% result. The 9060 XT held a 54 FPS average and had well-timed, consistent frames, resulting in actually good 1% and 0.1% lows that represent an overall consistent experience. 8GB cards struggle here today already, as shown on the 5060 and 3070 Ti, so this is a now thing in some of these games. To illustrate the point, here's 4K with RT medium. It's ridiculous, but that is the point. Despite struggling hard and overall being stuttery with its 15 FPS average, the 9060 XT, to its credit, had excellently paced frame times for its average. Now they're still bad, to be clear, they are really bad, but at 13.7 and 13.6, they're paced better than they should be. There's not a ton of data to work with here for this frame rate. The point, though, is that even this shit experience is infinitely less shit than what we observe in cards like the 3070 Ti, 3070, and 5060, all of which are so variable from exceeding VRAM that the numbers are meaningless. We really can't tell them apart. They are just unplayable in more ways than even the 9060 XT is here. So this is an illustration of VRAM limitations in real time. Up next, we'll look at efficiency benchmarks when capturing GPU power consumption via the PCIe cables and the PCIe slot combined. This is isolated power draw to just the GPU. We're representing efficiency in the form of FPS per watt, or frames per joule if you prefer, with higher being more efficient. The product name also contains the power drawn in this specific test. In Starfield at 1440p, the RX 9060 XT ended up slightly more efficient than the 9070 XT, though obviously with lower frame rate. The 9060 XT pulled 169 watts in this test, resulting in a 0.36 FPS per watt result. The RTX 4060 has a much lower frame rate that pushes into lower graphics settings if you wanted to keep it relatively playable, but it's more efficient and has lower overall power draw. The 5060 was also behind the 9060 XT in frame rate, but also ahead in efficiency as a result of a reduced total power draw of 126 watts for its frame rate. The 5060 Ti pulled 145 watts and had a higher frame rate than the 9060 XT, allowing it to approach the top of the charts with the 4060 Ti. Both of these are the 16GB models, as is the 9060 XT. F124 with RT is next, and at 4K. The RTX 5060 couldn't run this test without major stuttering, so it's not on the charts. The 9060 XT had a 0.17 FPS per watt result, with the 5070 tying it also at 0.17 FPS per watt, but with a 246 watt power draw. The 5060 Ti pulled 176 watts here. The 9060 XT is about the same power consumption as the 5060 Ti, and only slightly behind in frame rate, as this is one of AMD's stronger RT titles. As a result, the efficiency is almost the same. At 1080p with RT, the 9060 XT continued to pull about 178 watts. Its efficiency is better than that of the 9070 XT here, which is beyond the peak point of the efficiency curve for the volt frequency curve for the 9070 XT. The 9060 XT is lower in frame rate, but its lower power draw allows this efficiency lead over its larger alternative. The 5060 Ti ends up slightly more efficient than the 9060 XT, with both pulling around the same power and pushing a frame rate within single digits of each other. This is a good showing for AMD's new card. We'll look at a worse one for AMD as well. Final Fantasy XIV has poor overall gaming performance for the 9060 XT, which means the 9060 XT ends up lower down in the chart. It's at 0.51 FPS per watt, which at least has it improved on the 9070 XT and the 7800 XT. The card is also tied with Intel's B580, but related to NVIDIA, it's behind the 4060 and significantly behind the 5060 Ti. All right, so 8GB cards can exist, but we don't think they should at $300. And if AMD wants to sell an OEM POS edition, they're welcome to do that. We just think that at this point, those should be relegated to the true low-end devices and should be distinct. Selling the lower VRAM alternative opens up the door to less informed users, likely not in our audience, getting tricked into buying something worse than they're led to believe. It also artificially deflates the MSRP when people talk about pricing. As far as performance versus the RTX 5060, if we come back to that, it's at least better in nearly all instances. It's often around the levels of the 3070 Ti. It tends to be between the 3070 and 3070 Ti in a lot of tests. The 16GB 5060 Ti is currently $490 without a combo and without open box on Newegg. The 5060 Ti is up to 14% better in our 1080p tests. It's up to 17% better at 1440p. It's up to 22% better in 4K. Really just depends on the test, and all those numbers are for rasterized specifically. Ray tracing in games like Black Myth, it really pulls away, but it depends on the game. As for price commentary, we don't really have any yet. We need to see where the 9060 XTs land, and we'll do a pricing update comparison once things settle down as usual. So I mean, that's it. We already gave you the recap numbers in like the first 3 sentences of this video. So you can check that if you want the quick recap, but the charts are all throughout the review. A lot of tests in here as usual. It is a fully featured review from us. It's frustrating that AMD can't just shut up and launch a product, just like it's frustrating that NVIDIA has to play the games it plays to launch a product. And I don't know, man. I just want to test GPUs and put the numbers on charts. It's way easier to edit those videos, that's for sure. But anyway, that's it for this one. You've got the numbers, you've got the commentary. The pricing is what really matters here. And at this point, I'm just kind of done talking about MSRP pre-launch, because we get to post these things normally along with launch or just before launch for the GPUs. And that means we don't really know what the price is going to be. So what we're going to do is you've got the numbers, and we're going to look at the prices as things solidify over the coming weeks and then months, and do updates periodically. Might be hardware news, might be standalone, just depends on the depth. And that'll be where we talk about the price commentary at this point. Because anything else, I mean, it's just like, it's just potentially misleading, because the MSRPs aren't holding and they're playing games with VRAM to try and artificially suppress the price that everyone's talking about anyway. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersaccess.net or patreon.com/gamersaccess to help us out directly. And we'll see you all next time.
And that was great. It was very funny. I really laughed at some of that stuff. Okay, here's John Carmack. I think we were at like 10 minutes, and he's talking about this. This talk comes from 2013, and he's talking about lighting and the physics and how graphics engines kind of take shortcuts to render the kind of stuff that our eyes already see. It was very, very technical, very in-depth. This guy's probably one of the smartest guys in the world. Listen to him chat.
These enormous solar panels where they collect solar energy, but a lot of space vehicles have to have enormous radiators where they actually let the energy go out from the vehicle. Otherwise, they would get hotter and hotter. So the it's important to note that even if it's not glowing so that we can see it, everything's still radiating. So you don't see the space station glowing red hot, it's just glowing at whatever its normal temperature is, which can be perceived with infrared sensors, but it slowly loses energy and it eventually reaches a balance. That's why something stuck out in the sun in space doesn't get hotter and hotter. Eventually it reaches the point where the light that's coming in and hitting it is equaled by the radiation that's leaving it. And there are, like you can make we've made rocket engines that are radiatively cooled, where they burn 5,000 degrees or so inside, and they get so blindingly white hot on the outside that all of the energy that's not going out the nozzle, that's soaking into the walls, is radiated away as a whole lot of light. And this is essentially what old-style incandescent light bulbs were. You had a tungsten filament, you made it really hot by pushing electrons through it, and it got hot enough and it started glowing. And if you watched closely, if it was a heavy filament, you could watch it warm up or especially shut down. It would go through, kind of ramp through the temperatures. You would see it be red and get up to white hot, and then when you shut it down, it would cool down through yellow and then back through red before finally settling back to radiating in non-visible regions at sort of room temperature eventually. Nowadays, we have a lot more efficient ways to create photons with fluorescence and LEDs, things that are tuned carefully to just barely nudge the electrons in the atoms out to an excited state, let them collapse back down, and spit a photon out. For the most part, photon emission is random in terms of which direction it goes. When you look at radio engineering, there's huge bodies of literature for antenna design that determine how you can make it slightly stronger or weaker in different directions, but there's still a very fundamental nature of randomness, which is, again, the quantum mechanics aspect of things. There's, at a very low level, natural events are completely random, and you can't just say, I only want photons that are going to come out of the left side of this material. So you get a photon that pops off in some random direction. It may go straight for, if it's coming from a distant star, it could go straight for trillions of miles, more or less just traveling through space. There's little bits of general relativity with warping of light that can happen, but for the most part, it can continue on indefinitely. It's a self-propagating wave. So pops off of some atom somewhere, maybe flies through space for 1 billion trillion miles or something, comes in, finally hits our Earth's atmosphere, and then starts interacting with the atmosphere in some way. Every change in density that visible light goes through will result in it bending its path somewhat. This is called refraction. The most obvious case when you look at it is things like prisms and lenses, where you can see the light really strongly warped. But it happens in any sort of density change, going from the vacuum of space to the outer reaches of our atmosphere, and then every change in pressure or temperature changes the density, and that causes very slight and subtle movements of the changes in the direction of the light. And this is actually why stars twinkle out at night. If you're on a clear night and you see stars coming in from billions or trillions of miles away, it's going completely straight till it hits the upper atmosphere, and then it may slightly deviate, just tiny fractions of degrees, and this can cause the very small number of photons that you're seeing there to kind of come and go or move around in different ways. But the most important thing from a computer graphics standpoint are the effects that happen when it hits more solid matter, solid surfaces, or even liquid surfaces. And that's where it has the opportunity to generally, well, it can be even gas. You can wind up having the case of absorbing the photon. This happens rarely in gas. You can pass through hundreds of miles of atmosphere and not have too many of the photons absorbed, but it happens very rapidly in matter, in solid matter. A typical photon, when it hits a surface, might penetrate a little bit into it. A surface like metal will bounce off of just the first several atoms. It doesn't take many molecules or many atoms of metal before you can reflect light out, which is why you can make these super enormous space mirrors that are just a very tiny sputtering of aluminum on some plastic film, and they can actually make solar sails or giant solar collectors and concentrators. But for most other materials, the light can penetrate a little bit further into it. As it interacts with the molecules, it can either be absorbed, raising the temperature a little bit, going into eventually making it hotter so that it starts radiating out at some level, or it can redirect the photon in some way. You've got the minor redirections from the refraction and much stronger ones when it interacts and bounces off of a solid surface. Now there's a ton of different names. There's literally a couple dozen different names for the different ways that light can interact with surfaces. There's all the different types of scattering, of course reflection, refraction. Reflection can be split up into specular reflection, diffuse reflection, and there's all sorts of different subcategories. I mean, optics is a huge topic. There are societies dedicated to every aspect of it, and there's huge terminologies for all of it. But for the most part, you can say a photon comes in. If it's not absorbed, it's going to be kicked out some other direction, and then it can go and interact potentially with the atmosphere or potentially with another surface. And eventually, it's either absorbed, well, eventually it is absorbed somewhere, but for the most part, they're absorbed into the surfaces around us. But a tiny, tiny fraction of all the photons that are bouncing around eventually hits our eyes. And even when it gets to our eyes, which are mostly transparent, there's this chance that the photon hits and it specularly reflects off of our eye. And it made it all the way out of the billions of possible traces, made it to my eye, and then decides to specularly reflect off some other direction. But most of it that hits the eye and hits the lens gets through, propagates through the vitreous and aqueous humor and all the little biological parts of the eye, and hits receptors in the back of our eyeballs that turn those eventually into neural impulses that our brain works with. Now, our eyes can actually be quite sensitive. The rods, the non-color sensitive part of our eyes, when they're fully dark adapted, if you've been staying outside for in a dark area for 20, 30 minutes, single photons can cause chemical reactions to happen in the, inside the rod cells. It takes a handful of them, a couple dozen, for it to turn into a neural impulse. But it is possible for people that, especially in the old days, people watching for things on ships in moonless nights that might be out all night with nothing but faint starlight, you can have cases of just handfuls of photons coming off of something being registered and showing up and people acknowledging their existence, which is pretty amazing when you think about these incredible subatomic particles, not even particles, but incredible, the scope of that being detectable by us as biological entities. And there are limits to what you can wind up detecting with light. The visible light that we see has a wavelength, and you can't really deal with things that are smaller than that, which is why you're never going to have a real picture of an atom or a molecule, because those are much, much smaller than the wavelengths of light. You eventually use electron microscopes and then scanning tunneling microscopes and these other things that don't deal with light at all to take those super tiny pictures, like the Boy and His Atom movie that IBM Research did, which was done with a little raster grid of atoms, which is really, in the fundamental sense of the word, deeply awesome, that we are dealing with matter, the very constituents of everything at that level, and we can make a little movie out of it. But those pictures have nothing to do with light, nothing to do with rendering, and basically the techniques that I'm talking about here. That's a completely different way of sensing what's going on at that level. So to recap the basic pictures of this, you've got a sun up here, spits out some light, travels through space, gets to the atmosphere on the Earth, maybe bends a little bit, maybe just goes straight through, comes down, hits a surface, maybe gets absorbed, maybe hits something else. You've got walls and rooms and bouncing around in there. And eventually, if we're seeing it, reaches somebody's eyeball inside. And that's the physics of what happens. It's really well understood. It does come down to a lot of data acquisition and characterization. When you talk about how the critical interactions with the surfaces, when you've got your basic theoretical thing, if you talk about a flat surface, you say, light comes in, what happens to it? That's the question of surface response. If you have a perfect mirror, and it's worth noting that you don't have to be perfect on an atomic level to be a perfect mirror. You only have to be perfect at the optical level, which is somewhat larger. So people can make basically perfect mirrors, just highly, highly polished things. A perfect mirror will have the photon reflect off in this exact reflection. If you take the normal to the surface, you wind up with equal angles there. So highly polished surfaces act like this. When you get a reflection off of something like the surface of water, it'll behave like this. But most of the surfaces that we look around us do not behave like this. We have a spread of the energy where it comes in and it bounces off to some degree in every direction. No matter which way you look at most surfaces, you see, again, zillions of photons coming in. Some of them go in every direction. They just go in a direction that's biased based on the type of surface that it is. A surface that, one of the easy things that a lot of times is approximated, both in the engineering sciences and in computer graphics, is to assume that the surface reflects perfectly diffusely, or it's a Lambertian surface. And what that means is that no matter which way the light comes in, if it hits it completely edge on, completely straight on, it has an equal probability of going in every direction. And there are some materials that are close to this. If you take something like a block of chalk, white chalk, that behaves almost as a perfect diffuse reflector. If you light it from one position and you look at that like a little scribed out area on it from any different area around it, it will appear to have about the same amount of energy coming out of it. But there are, all surfaces are more complex than that though. Most of them will say, for if you've got light coming in here, there will be more of it coming out around the reflection area and some general amount coming out in all different directions. But these can actually get quite complicated. And the simplifications that we use in graphics sort of approximate these, but you can measure these with specific tools that go in and take lots of samples from moving the lights around, because it depends. Unfortunately, this is one of the areas where it does get not so great for computer graphics. It depends both on the incoming direction and the outcoming direction. And those are two angles in each one, so it winds up being a four-dimensional equation to say how light comes in here, how does it come out in some other direction. And in fact, it gets worse than that because very few things do reflect just off of this upper surface. Most of the time, the light will go in, go below the surface, bounce around a little bit, and shoot out some other direction. So if you're saying, well, my photon comes in here, not only do you have to say, if you're being really, really accurate, which angle does it come off of, but also how far away from the original point does it come off of? Or if it's a thin surface, how does it come out on the backside? You may have other setups coming there. When you look at like a leaf in the sunshine, you've got a lot of the energy bounces off the shiny top face, but a lot of it diffuses through and comes out on the backside. So these are not pleasantly analytically tractable things. They wind up being big tables of data. And one thing that's important to remember is when you see like tables of data that are collected for things, don't necessarily capture all of the important.
Okay, a quick update. Let me close this stuff so I don't show any personal info. Close all that. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so I got done. I got applying to 5 jobs. So we got that done. Whoops. Now I'm going to generate the affiliate links so I can have the and get all the stuff to post the video. And then we'll re-render and post the cooking video. So it shouldn't take too long. Working on it. We're almost done with, just checking out the videos and stuff, because I'll be done with the things that I can't show on the live stream very soon. So just a quick update. Let's see what Carmack has to say.
Characteristics of a surface, where if you take one of these sensors that you can capture a table of data here, if you did have your perfect mirror reflector, it's almost certainly not going to have the exact sample exactly where you want. But eventually data does win. Just as we increase resolution on things, we'll have higher and higher resolutions for our surface models. And we'll get closer and closer to reality for what we're simulating. So to go as kind of a capsule history of computer graphics rendering then, when computer graphics started off, if you look in the 60s and early 70s, computer graphics research focused on the hidden line problem. We had line-oriented displays, either true vector displays where, like the old video game arcade games like, I'm blanking out now. Yeah, like Asteroids is the best example, that are actually drawn by raster beams moving around where they really are true line displays. There's no raster, there's no edge aliasing, and all the different games like that were what the earliest computer graphics systems were basically like that, where they were vector displays. And once people learned how to draw, figured out all the basic projective math to say, all right, I've got my cube here. You know, I want it to look like that, but when I draw it, I've got that on there. How do we figure out which lines that we're going to erase? And that was, you know, that occupied research for a while to figure out effective ways to do that without spending at the time the scary divide costs for different things, and you'd have lots of interesting work going on. But when we eventually got raster displays where we could fill them in, of course, at that point, people filled in the surfaces of the cube. They're all grayscale at that time, so you can draw a cube and say, well, this will be the light face, this will be the dark face, but that was neat at the time, but that was not sort of what things look like in reality. So people started taking the steps that they could to try and say, what do we need to do to make this more approximate what we see with our eyes? And this has been a path that's been driven probably more than half by sort of ad hoc approaches about just, well, what's reasonably easy for us to do that gets us somewhat closer to it, while there's also been sort of a parallel path of saying, well, what's the physics actually doing? How do we make an actual solution for it? So the earliest things that got added to the shading model for computer graphics was if we assumed that there's going to be a light that's at some point. In the beginning, it wouldn't even be local. You just say light is coming in from this direction. So we want to be able to say what color or what shade should each individual surface be based on where that light is. So you've got the obvious things that if it's not facing the light, no light hits it, and you would draw it black. So the question about things that are directly facing the light, so if you've got light coming in, if you have a surface completely perpendicular to it, you make that your brightest color. If you've got a surface that's completely parallel with it, it gets no light, you make that 0. So you've got some curve that goes between it to say how bright something should be. And it turns out that that's a fairly straightforward bit of math to solve, where you have light coming in at a certain angle, you've got the normal to the surface. The amount of light that would strike a little surface there is proportional to the cosine of this angle. And that's not an approximation, that's actually a bit of ground truth. If you've got the light coming in and you've got something coming in at this angle, a surface that's, let's see. If you count the number of rays that go in on something catching 4 of them directly, turning it down, only covering two spaces there, all that actually works out correct. And this is the basis for a lot of the real calculations for light transport. Not a hack, actually part of real proper physics measuring. So once you've got that basic approach, you go back to your cube, and you get your light coming in, and you've got a brighter face, a darker face, and the faces away from it are completely black. And then most people say, well, we don't usually see things like that. So now we get into the fudging, and you say, well, let's just brighten everything up a little bit. We'll add an ambient term. So you sort of just add this minimum level to everything on the back side. And that helps a little bit. If you've got a cube, then everything looks pretty much great because it's a constant color just on the side that you might not see over there. But if you've got something more complex, everything that's not facing away from the light winds up being the same color. And it's clearly not correct. It's not what you'd like, but it was all that seemed reasonable to do at the time. The next step was to start looking at surfaces that are more than these perfectly diffuse reflectors. If you model your cube like this, it looks kind of like it was maybe carved out of chalk, and it can be a decent representation of that. But very few of the surfaces that we see around us are really that simple. Most things have some kind of a shine or highlight on them. You know, as we look around, you can see reflections and highlights on all sorts of things, and the obvious bits of metal and plastic, little things that you might hold in your hand. I can look at all these different shines and reflections on the plastic that I'm holding here. Now, the observation was made that the highlights on most objects that weren't completely mirrors, they tended to be something like a bright hot spot. Like if you had your sphere here, you would have a bright hot spot that kind of faded a little bit around there. And just by looking at that and saying, well, what could we do that would be kind of like that? The observation was made that, well, if you take this sort of cosine arrangement here, this makes this nice broad fall off. It makes over the entire surface of the sphere, coming from that, it'll fade off till halfway around the light. But if you wanted something that was really tight, the thought was, well, we can just take this value and raise it to a higher power. We can just take this and go, square it, cube it, take it to the 20th power, which can be done, effectively mathematically quite cheaply. This has no basis in physical reality at all. This is a completely ad hoc approach, but it worked out okay. And this is what the Phong lighting model was about, where you separate it into your diffuse lighting, which is more or less what color the surface is, and then your specular lighting, which is what the highlights are going to look like. So you had this other value to play around with, and that was the specular power. And nowadays, I regret using that in my terminology, where we have power maps and nobody understands what those are. They relate to the specular exponent, what you're going to take something to a power of to tighten it. The better terminology that's used more often now is a roughness map, where you have a mapping, and you also do it in logarithmic space rather than linear, but more or less that's still today what a lot of graphics involves, is you've got a roughness parameter which affects this exponent that you take this extra vector to generate your specular highlights for. And again, it would make, so if you're rendering your cube and you get the light at the right angle, like if I'm looking at this here and the light's over here, it hits that. If that's at that right reflection angle, then you'll get a nice bright shade on there. That flat surface will catch the light and it will glint at you, and that would be looked at as a real advance for the rendering. So you've got something that looks diffuse, but when it moves into the light, it kind of catches a flash of light and fades out. So the facets on these solid shaded models started looking better. Now, the next thing that people wanted to do is, okay, we've got enough cubes and tetrahedrons and dodecahedrons and whatever, so we want to start making things that look more realistic. We need to have a teapot. We need to have a curved surface in some way. So you make some curved surface like this. There was a lot of work in the early days on directly rasterizing curved surfaces, drawing them directly, but all the real-time graphics, almost all of it, has been a matter of turning your curved surfaces into approximations with flat surfaces. So you've got something that is theoretically a curve, but really it's a bunch of facets. So if you apply the lighting model there to it, you see all of these facets. It stands out as like, okay, you've carved this out with all these flat planes, and it doesn't fool you into thinking that this is this smooth curved object. So the next step in graphics that went on was adding the interpolation across the vertexes, where instead of calculating a value for a face, you calculate it for a given vertex, for one corner, and then you just average. You interpolate across there so that a point here is going to be some average between 3 or 4 of the points that make it up. And that works surprisingly well. If you're looking again at a diffuse surface, it works out just about as good as you'd like. There are some minor artifacts called Mach bands that you get if it changes too much, but if your tessellation's okay, that works out all right. It works out less well with the specular highlights. And the reason is that your specular highlight, if you've got, it might show up, like if you were supposed to have some hot spot right here in the middle of a surface, if you calculate it at the outside, this is going to be almost 0 for the specular, almost 0. And when you interpolate across it, it's going to have nothing. You're just not going to see it. You'll only see a highlight when the specular comes up at the very edges. And this is what still to this day sort of the standard OpenGL shading model is. It's Gros shading with calculations at the vertexes, interpolating the colors or parameters across it. So this model is still with us to this day for a lot of sort of quick stuff that's not visual simulation oriented. If you just write something using lighting with OpenGL, that's the model that you get if you turn on specular highlights. In graphics where they care more about visual quality, what started happening was interpolating not the color across it, but interpolating the normal, sort of the curvature across each point, and then applying the lighting model at every pixel. And at the time, this was like a flagrant use of processing power, because we're like, okay, these calculations are expensive. We have to do these distance calculations, dot products, exponential power stuff. And when you just do it at each vertex on your cube, okay, so you've got a handful of vertexes that you need to calculate. But even on an old school display, you would have hundreds of thousands of pixels. And so if you're drawing that there, going from doing this maybe a few hundred times or a few thousand times to hundreds of thousands of times for a scene was a large use of additional processing power. But it got you the good-looking areas where you could have a highlight that looked about like it should, moving across the surface, or sitting on a floor, looking stable there as you moved around. People that have been following PC graphics for the last couple decades, we've seen games that that do not have interpolation, the different ways where the lighting would change dramatically. We always had the problem of densely tessellated characters or objects, and then very low tessellation on the world. And the problem that you'd run into with that is that if you're applying one of these interpolation schemes to it, you would have something that you could never have highlights in the middle of a surface, only at the corners. And there were also issues with perspective math and clipping that would mean that it would change as a really big polygon get clipped by the edge of the screen in almost all cases the way people did it. And this was one of the big things that pushed me during the Quake time frame to use light maps for the first time, where instead of, I had seen other games that were doing lighting at the vertexes, and I didn't think it was, it wasn't good enough. You couldn't get anything resembling a shadow. You had all these swimming artifacts with the lighting, and it just didn't give the, what I wanted to see. And while Quake didn't have any specular highlights, it did have you had samples every 16 pixels in the light maps that we interpolated across those, and that gave us the look that was very important for it. We didn't get to actually, it was only all the way up to Doom 3 where we would start doing per pixel operations like this to get the much better calculations. So even with this level of graphics at that time, where you've just got sort of these Phong lighting, simple models, hacks like the specular exponent and the ambient term, we started to see some offline things being rendered, like some movies. Early work, some of the early NASA promotional work that Jim Blinn did were significant in the sort of growth of all of this. And then we finally saw some feature theatrical films with like The Last Starfighter and especially Tron, where you would see, you go back and you look at Tron and you have a lot of these sort of Gros shaded, solid modeled things on there with your light cycles or recognizers and so on. And they were doing something, they were intelligently picking a battle that could be won at the time. If you said, well, we have to go ahead and render photorealistic humans, we were nowhere close to up to that task. But we could do geometric solid models that looked good enough to show on the big screen. And that was a pretty big breakthrough. And simultaneously with this, there was an alternate approach to the way graphics were being drawn. So most of the early graphics were done with rasterization, where if you've got your computer screen and you've got your quad on here, you would draw this on a computer by calculating these equations of the lines, and then you would usually just kind of walk across, building up your rows of pixels. The whole process of hidden surface removal is another step on top of this, where if you've got lots of cubes, how do you know which one draws on top of the other one? And this was another thing, if you look back in research from the 70s especially, there was tons of work going on hidden surface removal of these clever different algorithmic ways. Today we just kill it with a depth buffer. We just throw megabytes and megabytes of memory and the problem gets solved much, much easier. But this path of rasterization is still with us today. GPUs don't rasterize in scanline order like this. They follow crazy winding paths to maximize memory bandwidth, to fill up tiles, to rasterize them in different pieces. And they rasterize all quads at a time, but it's still essentially a rasterization method where we have shapes and we figure out how to rasterize them. We figure out which pixels they're going to cover. and then we figure out what we want to do to them. The alternate scheme, which was also developed in the later 70s, is ray tracing, where instead of saying, all right, I'm starting with my object, I'm going to take these vertexes, these 4 vertexes that are in space, I'm going to take my virtual camera, and I'm going to transform them and find out where they are on the screen and then fill them in. Ray tracing goes the other way, where you start off with your camera in space somewhere in your little virtual viewing screen, and through that, you send rays out into your world, and you intersect them with your cube over here. And if it hits that cube first, it knows it didn't hit anything behind that. It's got a surface point there, and it can apply whatever shading model it needs to. The thing that ray tracing gave, I mean, it's radically slower, like hundreds or thousands of times slower than rasterization if you're doing just the most straightforward thing. If you just want to draw that cube, you can draw the same thing with rasterization or ray tracing. It's just going to be 1,000 times slower with ray tracing. But it allowed a couple things that were either very difficult or impossible to do properly with rasterization. And the thing that you would always see in ray tracing demos is your shiny reflective spheres. So you've got a little chrome ball, and the fact that you could see the world reflected into it and then back into your eye was the thing that ray tracing could do that rasterization couldn't do really worth a damn at all. I mean, you would approximate it with environment maps and different things, but for reflections and for refraction, doing those things properly, ray tracing was really the only good solution. But it wasn't practical even for most offline work. There are I can remember looking at old research papers of things that are run on DECVAX computers, and they talk about the number of hours to render these really trivial scenes, just a few boxes and maybe a sphere sitting there, and the idea of rendering like complete worlds with it was fantasy at the time. But it did address some of those problems for the first time with reflection and refraction, and it also much more elegantly solved shadows, which all of this stuff talking about surface interactions and finding out what you hit with the light, that kind of dodges one of the really hard problems, which is saying that, well, the light obviously doesn't reach through things. If you transform something up here and you transform another surface down here and the light's up here, this should be in shadow because it's blocked by this. But that turns out to not be a particularly trivial thing to resolve. It's basically the same problem of how you view something from your point of view, but viewed from the light's point of view. And that can mean that, well, if every light in your scene has to do similar rendering process to what your view does, possibly harder because they're omnidirectional lights in many different cases, and it's just a tough problem. And as with so many things, there's a lot of wonderful research in the 70s and 80s going through about how you do shadows effectively with these different analytic solutions. In the end, we had a brief period where stencil volumes were an effective way to do things, but now it's essentially all shadow buffers, where we really do take every light, render an image from their scene, and use that to back project onto there to figure things out. But that was one thing that ray tracing had an elegant solution for. Again, if you're already 1,000 times slower, who cares if you're another factor of 2 or 3 slower? For every point you hit, you go ahead and say, I've got my light up here, I'll trace to the light or to however many lights I've got, and if there's something that blocks it, then that's going to be shadowed and I can take it out. So ray tracing always had this much clearer abstraction of what you're doing. It's easy to tell that you're sending out a little array, you hit something, you determine whether you hit all of the other lights or if you bounce or refract into something else. So it's always been easy and clear. It's just had this 1,000 times slower problem to deal with. So the advances that were being made on graphics kind of after this early age focused on the changes in what you can do with the surfaces as the first obvious thing.
Okay, I figured out what was wrong. Here's the original, the one that I rendered, and I accidentally left it on the master render settings, and you use these settings like it doesn't use any compression because the idea is like you're going to use this stuff later as a source material, but I'm not doing that. So if you use the YouTube settings that's already baked in, like all you got to do is go over to DaVinci and click the YouTube button. And now the same video is only 1.19 gigabytes large. So it's literally a tenth of the size. And oh wait, I didn't. I'm so sorry about that. There we go. So here's the new video. And then here's the, yeah, right there. There's the properties on the original. So I screwed up, rendered this one at 10 gigabytes. Like, I'm not uploading that. Screw that. This is, yeah, I'll upload a 1.2 gigabytes of stuff. That'll go a lot better. And then I've got, this is the script. And the last thing that I need to do is watch it one time to go through the time codes. I need to put in time codes. So let's put in the time codes at the bottom. Or maybe people want to skip around a little bit. Let's put it under here. Time codes. All right, let's do this real quick. This video will show you how to make a delicious, healthy dinner meal with just an air fryer and a microwave. For the meal today, we're making baked whole chicken, mixed vegetables, mashed potatoes, and some yeast dinner rolls. You'll be able to find the ingredients list in the description of this video, as well as some links to the various items and utensils utilized in this video. When you use the links to make a purchase, you will be supporting this channel. First of all, let's start off by making some dough for delicious. Okay, and that'll be 126.0026. 26, and this is going to be prep bread dough. There we go. Dinner rolls. Most are people batch with immediate. 1 at 110 to the yeast. If you don't have any heavy cream, you can use a lot better until you get that. Okay, so here we go. Maybe 355. While we're waiting for the dough to rise, we can clean up the mess we made in preparation for making the rest of the meal. Now I'm going to show you how to bake a whole chicken. Yep, 355, 0355. Bake whole chicken in air fryer. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to put these things here. Hold on. It screws up the... There, do that. Okay. In the air fryer, is in cut starts fit chicken in the dough, and to flip the chicken halves over. Pick ready when the chicken is done. The first side is really easy. I like to close the lid. Now we have 15 minutes before we need to flip the chicken over. Let's make our side so everything is ready. So 0524, 0524, easiest side to make. Easy side, yeah, easy vegetable side. Okay, let's just say easy, healthy side dish. That's better. That's more appetizing. There we go. Ready when the chicken is done. The fulls or Brussels sprouts, you get the bags of veggies that you want. At the 15-minute, so 0542, 542, flip the chicken. Mark, use some tongs to flip the chicken half before you lay the chicken. Now for our 0606, 06, and then we'll put what's taters precious. Other side dish, adding crap time, let it rest eye from the list, but I'm just used to using my eye because this is a side dish I've made over 9,000 times. Once the 706, plate up the food. Plate up the meal. Okay. Chicken is done cooking. Let it rest about 5 minutes. I then place one of the chicken halves onto the cutting board. I use the tongs to pull the drumstick over to the side so I can get the big knife in there and separate the thigh from the leg and the breast and the wing. Here you see me plating up the food. Those are our microwave veggies, and here comes the delicious taters. I had some shredded cheese left over from taco night, so I added that to the top of the taters, and then I sprinkled them with some paprika to add flavor and presentation. Now that the food has been placed, okay, so 07 0749 749 store leftovers for tomorrow. There we go. Now that I wrap him in, they're veggies. Now that we've given the dough, okay, back tight microwave safe containers. This way, when it's time to reheat everything for another meal, you're ready to go. Reheat the chicken in the air fryer and the sides in the microwave. 0839 0839 portion out dough for second rise. Yep. Board and cover it with flour in my dough. The dough, so I typically sit out to rise for about another 30 minutes. And finally, you can see me cleaning up the work area. If you clean things as you go along, you won't have a huge mess on your hands after you're done cooking and baking in the kitchen. After 30 minutes go by, the dough will have risen for the second time. Preheat the air. Let's see, do we need another one? No, portion out dough for second rise. Air fryer to 325 and set the cook timer to 30 minutes. Once the air fryer is preheated, place the air fryer pan covered in foil in its home and close the lid. Here you see me lifting up a little corner of the foil to check the progress of the dough, and I notice a problem. Okay, so 1024 24 over issue. Oh, we'll just call it, I guess. Cleaning the air fryer. Okay, and then the next one will be, I guess we're making donuts. Suddenly, the unit baking my bread in it. So here you see me going to try cleaning at this moment, but please bear in mind, they are really hard to clean in the comments below, because despite sensors seem to revert back to thinking the thing apart and cleaning it, I'm still not sure where the sensor is. After cleaning it and putting it back together, it did think the lid was closed for a couple of minutes, but then the sensor seemed to revert back to thinking the lid was open all the time. Now, I don't want to throw this dough. 1157. I guess we're making donuts instead. There we go. Away, but I can't really instead of you off the another paper final. Here is what the dinner rolls. Okay. The oil when we take the donuts out. Here's what about. Okay, so 1354. 54. We'll just say finished products. Basket of homemade donuts look like. Delicious chicken dinner with here is a batch of the donuts with cinnamon and sugar. And finally, here are some sides in the process of being put into storage so we can have easy to heat up meal tomorrow and the next day because I made a lot. Okay, and then 1431 is supporter appreciation. 14, yeah. Support appreciation. Oh, now over to I was an honor and the Elden Ring Brothers is a donated of. If you like this video, and then we'll do 1604. So 1604 ways you can support. I think so consider support. Some links to the thing or ones that I use my turns out. I pretty much live stream for a few hours every day. Feel free to stop by and say hi and see what's being worked on next. See you next time. Okay, that's good. All right, so I got the affiliate links created in case people want to use those to buy stuff. So we got the ingredients: dough, yeast, flour, donuts, baked chicken and air fryer, ingredients, instructions, music, and the licensing for it. Okay. All right, and then that's the script, obviously. So let's, hope you know the video, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's all this down. All right, so let's go back to here and create, and let's upload a video. And let's find that, here it is, 6.4, right? Yeah, that's the one we rendered yesterday. This one needs to go. Let's delete that. And then this one, open. Okay, and then we need to generate a screenshot too. Now that's going to be easy because we got a nice picture of that beautifully plated up meal. So we're just going to grab one of those. Now here's all the stuff that needs to go in the description right there. Okay. Yeah. Looks good. Looks good. Just making sure it all fits. Yeah. Yeah, we got it when we still have room. Okay. Let's go back into here and let's get us a screenshot. I think we got Is there a better shot over this way? Yeah, about here. There it is. Yeah, there's like a zoom out this way. Let me see. Here, it's coming up. It's right here. There we go. And we'll put the title across the top. So let's get a screenshot of that. There we go. All right, so we're going to save this. Let's save it in the picture of prepped meal, and we'll put it in the desktop, Nexius, video projects, dinner in the air fryer. Save that. Okay, so we can delete that, close, minimize this. We go back to edit, and we're going to navigate to where we saved that image. And then we will drag the picture into the assets. Okay, that's the video. What happened? I guess I have to do it this way? Hold on a second. Picture, 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 picture. That's the voiceover. That's the timeline. Now this is odd. Why can't I add import media 004 open? Picture of the meal. Oh, did I name it the exact same thing? Oh, let's see. Picture of the meal. Oh, zero. No, that's called 004. And then picture of prepped meal. There. Oh, I was moving the wrong one. That's what it was. My bad. I got them mixed up. Okay, so picture of prep meal is where? There it is right there. Okay, good. Whoops. Okay, there we go. In fact, let's do this. Let me cut this. Let me save. Let's open another project. This is just going to make it easier on me. Open project. And it's going to be YouTube thumbnails. Here we go. Okay, so now I'm going to import media one more time. Oh, wait, I clicked the wrong thing. Import media. There we go. Picture of the meal will be down here. There it is right there. Okay, we move this down here. Let's zoom that in a bit. There we go. Okay, and so do we want orange? I like this blue. So we're going to copy here, paste. Okay, very good. All right, now this one here, let's. All right, so this is going to be the main title. This will be. Let's move this up to the top, and we're going to call it. Oh, it needs to be smaller. Behind the scenes. Oh, let's change that to easy, healthy. We'll call it how to. What did I? How to bake a whole chicken in the air fryer. Okay, needs to be a little smaller. It looks like. There we go. How to bake a whole chicken in air fryer. I want to move that up to the top. And then let's just change this to simple and easy. And let's change that color to an orange. There we go. Okay. Move it down here. Move it over there. Simple and easy seems good. I don't want to put too much text on there. And let's get rid of where it says how to actually, because clearly. There we go. Bake whole. Let's get rid of the word a. Bake whole chicken in air fryer. Simple and easy. I like that. I do. I like the screenshot. What do you guys think? I'm thinking that's a thumbnail. Okay, we're going to save that. And we'll call this the thumbnail. Save. Okay. So now, let's upload the file. Boom. Right there. Yes. Repeat. Okay. Let me just read through this real quick. Oh, we gotta change appreciation. Let's put there, I don't need it, all caps. Cooking. Let's make that a capital. Let's, I don't know why I put that in all caps. Let's capitalize that P. And we'll say see below for written instructions and recipe. Okay, seems good. No, it's not made for kids. I don't really have any of that. No copyright. That's what I like. Public. Let's go ahead and publish that. All right, let's watch it one time from the top on the YouTube channel. This video will show you how to make a delicious, healthy dinner meal with just an air fryer and a microwave. For the meal today, we're making baked whole chicken, mixed vegetables, mashed potatoes, and some yeast dinner rolls. You'll be able to find the ingredients list in the description of this video, as well as some links to the various items and utensils utilized in this video. When you use the links to make a purchase, you will be supporting this channel. First of all, let's start off by making some dough for delicious dinner rolls. We're doing the dough first because it will take about an hour to rise. The butter needs to be melted, so you see me cutting off 3 tablespoons of butter from that stick. Most butter sticks are wrapped in some wax paper that has the measuring lines on it. I forgot to take the butter out of the fridge so it would soften up a little, so here you see me cutting the butter into smaller pieces because it needs to be melted and this will help. If you put just the whole thing in the microwave, it wouldn't melt as evenly and might even explode. Then you gotta clean the microwave. After you've divided up the butter in a microwave-safe dish, just microwave it for 10 seconds at a time until fully melted. Now we activate the yeast. Put 2 teaspoons of yeast in a bowl. This is going to make the bread taste amazing. I have this big 1-pound bag of yeast and we only use 2 teaspoons per batch. So I keep the yeast in an airtight bag and store it in the freezer. This should keep the yeast good for a few years. If you were to just leave the yeast out after opening the bag, it would probably last a year before dying. Yes, dying is the correct term. Those are little living organisms in that powder. I seal up the yeast and put it back in the freezer immediately. The yeast needs sugar to feed on. I'm substituting honey for sugar. This recipe calls for 1 tablespoon of honey. If you don't want to use honey, use a tablespoon of sugar. Add the honey or sugar to the bowl with yeast. Next, you will add warm water. Don't add cold water. It needs to be pretty hot, but not boiling. This is important. If the water you add is really hot, you'll kill the yeast. The best temp is between 105 and 110 Fahrenheit. Once I add the warm water, I use the measuring spoon I used for the honey. There was still a lot of honey stuck to the measuring spoon. By using this spoon to stir the warm water, honey, and yeast around, it helps the honey stuck to the measuring spoon to dissolve into the mixture. It is fully mixed when you no longer see any of the yeast granules. Set the bowl aside for 5 minutes. Grab yourself a big mixing bowl. We add 3 tablespoons of heavy cream and 1 tablespoon of water. Alternatively, if you don't have any heavy cream, you can use 1/4 a cup of milk. Next, crack 2 eggs into the bowl with dairy product. Add a teaspoon of salt. Add the melted butter. Use a fork or wire whisk and mix it really well. Once you're done mixing all that, about 5 minutes should have gone by. This is the time that the yeast needs to activate. You know it's working when you see all that foam on the top of the slurry. That's the yeast producing CO2 as it feeds on the sugar. Mix it in with the dairy product solution until uniform. Now we add 1 cup of flour at a time. This recipe calls for 4 cups, but it mixes a lot better when you add 1 cup, mix it all in, then another, then another. You can see how the dough is slowly getting thicker and thicker. The dough will be really sticky until you get that last cup of flour in there. I mix it all around with a fork. Pay close attention to the sides of the bowl. Unmixed flour loves to cling to the side of the bowl. Once the dough is mixed, oil the inside of another bowl. I use olive oil, but you can use vegetable oil if you like. Plop the dough in the oiled bowl, cover it, and set it aside for 1 hour. While we're waiting for the dough to rise, we can clean up the mess we made in preparation for making the rest of the meal. Now I'm going to show you how to bake a whole chicken in the air fryer. Start by preheating the air fryer. Use the bake setting. Set temp to 375 and set the timer to 30 minutes. Make sure the grill iron is installed instead of the air fryer basket. Lay out a cutting board. Place the whole chicken on the cutting board. Take the biggest knife you have and start by stabbing it all the way through in the middle between the 2 breasts. Once the knife is in there, cut down with the blade to start splitting the chicken. We're just splitting the top of the chicken with these cuts. Next, you flip the chicken over and lay out the whole thing butterfly style. Use the big knife to finish cutting it in half right down the middle. By laying out the chicken this way, it's a lot easier to finish cutting it in half. Next, you'll see me wipe up the excess liquid and I pat the chicken dry. Once the chicken has been patted dry, spray the side facing up with olive oil. Add salt and any type of seasoning you like. I'll link the seasoning I'm using in the description of this video. By now, the air fryer should be preheated. Place the chicken halves in the air fryer, wing side up. Here you see me adding more seasoning. I lift up the wings to make sure I get the seasoning all over, then I spray the top of them with olive oil again and close the lid. Now we have 15 minutes before we need to flip the chicken over. Let's make our side so everything is ready when the chicken is done. The first side is really easy. I like to buy bags of frozen vegetables and I just heat them up in the microwave. I like this Italian mix you see here. Sometimes it's broccoli, sometimes it's mixed vegetables or Brussels sprouts. You get the bags of veggies that you want. At the 15-minute mark, use some tongs to flip the chicken halves over. Pick the chicken half up with the tongs. Since we're going to flip it skin side down, make sure you spray the top of the chicken with olive oil again. And before you lay the chicken down, spray the top of the grill iron. This will prevent the skin from sticking to the grill iron when you take it out. Leave the chicken in there for another 15 minutes. Now for our other side dish, mashed taters. I use the potato flakes that you can buy in a big box. I wanted a big batch, so I put 4 cups of potato flakes in. Since I'm making a really big batch, you see me adding 3 tablespoons of butter. I cube it up to help the melting process. Then I add seasoning, an Italian blend, a rosemary and basil blend, and a lot of garlic salt. Finally, I crack a good amount of pepper into the mix. I use an electric kettle to heat up a bunch of water. The electric kettle can get water boiling in no time. You see me adding the water a little bit at a time and mixing it around with a fork, the same way we mix the dough. I also added about 1/4 a cup of milk to make it a little more creamy. I keep adding a little bit of liquid and then mix it in because I don't want to add too much. When I'm happy with the consistency of the potatoes, I'll call it done. There are measurements on the back of the potato flake box to help out, but I'm just used to using my eye because this is a side dish I've made over 9,000 times. Once the chicken is done cooking, let it rest about 5 minutes. I then place one of the chicken halves onto the cutting board. I use the tongs to pull the drumstick over to the side so I can get the big knife in there and separate the thigh from the leg and the breast and the wing. Here you see me plating up the food. Those are our microwave veggies, and here comes the delicious taters. I had some shredded cheese left over from taco night, so I added that to the top of the taters, and then I sprinkled them with some paprika to add flavor and presentation. Now that the food has been plated up, we have leftovers. I'm cleaning up the stovetop in preparation for wrapping and storing the leftovers. I lay down a big piece of tinfoil, and then on top of that, I lay down an equally large piece of parchment paper. Separate the thigh and the leg from the breast and the wing of the other half. Place it in the center of the wrapping materials and roll it on up. The reason I do it this way is because it makes it super easy to use the air fryer to reheat the chicken. All the moisture is getting sealed in, therefore tinfoil and parchment paper will make it really easy to pull the chicken out of the foil when you reheat it. Additionally, you see me putting the potatoes and veggies in airtight microwave-safe containers. This way, when it's time to reheat everything for another meal, you're ready to go. Reheat the chicken in the air fryer and the sides in the microwave. Now that we've given the dough enough time to rise the first time, we need to portion it out to rise a second time before baking. To do this, prepare your area. I put down a cutting board and cover it with a piece of wax paper. Then I sprinkle a little bit of flour all over the prepped area. This will prevent the dough from sticking to the surface. You also see me put a light dusting of flour in my hands. This way, the dough won't stick to my fingers either. Now it's time to punch down the dough. And I mean just that, punch it. Now plop the dough out on your prepared work area. I oiled the bowl really well, so I was able to just pour the dough out on the floured wax paper. Here you see me cut the dough down the middle, and then I start slicing each half into equal parts. I oil the bottom of the air fryer pan in preparation for placing the dough in it. I have a lot of dough, so I also oil a baking sheet and put the remainder of the dough on it because I don't want to crowd the air fryer pan. Next, we cover the air fryer pan with tinfoil. Typically, you do this so you don't burn the top of the bread. You just take the tinfoil off the last couple of minutes to brown the tops. I cover the baking sheet with parchment paper and let both sit out to rise for about another 30 minutes. And finally, you can see me cleaning up the work area. If you clean things as you go along, you won't have a huge mess on your hands after you're done cooking and baking in the kitchen. After 30 minutes go by, the dough will have risen for the second time. Preheat the air fryer to 325 and set the cook timer to 30 minutes. Once the air fryer is preheated, place the air fryer pan covered in foil in its home and close the lid. Here you see me lifting up a little corner of the foil to check the progress of the dough, and I notice a problem. Suddenly, the air fryer is telling me close lid. The air fryer, my air fryer, has gotten damn near constant daily use for about 2 years now. The unit has a sensor to know when the lid is open or closed. It broke a little while ago, but it was okay because the unit thought the thing was closed all the time. About 1/3 of the way through baking my bread in it, it started saying close lid. This is a problem because it thinks the lid is open and it won't produce any heat from the coil until it thinks that it's closed. So here you see me spending some time taking apart the air fryer and cleaning it in hopes that giving it a really good cleaning would let the sensor function again. I spent about an hour trying to clean it with mixed results. I'm going to try cleaning it again tomorrow, and if that doesn't work, I'll probably need to get a new one. Let me be clear though. Yes, I am having a problem with my air fryer, and that's probably not endearing you to it at this moment, but please bear in mind, I have literally used this thing daily or every other day for 2 years. I feel like I got my money's worth out of it. I will say this though, they are really hard to clean. I had to take a lot of the inside of it apart so I could clean where I think the lid sensor is. If you happen to know where the lid sensor is on a Ninja Foodie XL, let me know in the comments below, because despite spending 90 minutes taking this thing apart and cleaning it, I'm still not sure where the sensor is. After cleaning it and putting it back together, it did think the lid was closed for a couple of minutes, but then the sensor seemed to revert back to thinking the lid was open all the time. Now, I don't want to throw this dough away, but I can't rely on the old air fryer to get the job done. So I ended up making donuts since the air fryer is unreliable until I can give it another good cleaning. So here's how to make donuts instead of dinner rolls. The good news is the dough recipe is virtually the same. It's just the method by which we cook them that will turn them into delicious donuts. Get you a cooking thermometer. Set the temp to 325. Add a good amount of vegetable oil. In a pot, you'll want enough in there so the dough balls will float ever so slightly, but you don't need any more than that. While the oil is coming up to temp, I use a spatula to divide what was going to be one dinner roll into 4 donut holes. When the oil comes up to temperature, be sure to slightly reduce the heat on the burner. The first and second law of thermodynamics are at play here. First law of thermodynamics is the conservation of energy. Energy can't be created or destroyed, only transferred. When you put the dough in the oil, heat from the oil goes into the colder dough. This causes the temp of the oil to drop because it's losing heat to the dough balls. So if you add too many, you'll drop the temp on your oil too fast and too much. The second law of thermodynamics is entropy and heat flow. Heat naturally flows from a hotter object to a cooler one until they reach thermal equilibrium. Grease loses heat, dough gains heat, and the transfer continues until they begin to reach the same temperature. The burner is continually adding more energy and reheating the oil. The dough takes 3 to 5 minutes for one side to brown. Once you got a nice, rich, light brown color on one side of the dough, use the tongs to flip them over and let them go for another 3 to 5 minutes. I use the air fryer basket to let the donuts cool off. I put 3 layers of parchment paper in the bottom of it and along its sides. This way, the parchment paper will soak up the extra oil when we take the donuts out. Here's what a basket of homemade donuts look like. Delicious, no? Here are a few pictures of the final products. This is a picture of a delicious golden baked chicken in the air fryer. This is a healthy baked chicken dinner with chopped spinach. Here is what the dinner rolls would have looked like if the air fryer didn't die on me. I made this batch a few days ago. They turned out great. Here is a batch of the donuts with cinnamon and sugar. And finally, here are some sides in the process of being put into storage so we can have easy to heat up meal tomorrow and the next day because I made a lot. Oh, now over to supporter appreciation. Above and Beyond gifted a ton of subs to followers on Twitch. Thank you. He also sent me a really nice tip via my Ko-Fi page that I just set up. Above and Beyond, I really appreciate it. Thanks again. Dad Bros Garage also donated to Ko-Fi while I was live streaming editing this video. Thank you so much, and I'm glad I was able to squeeze this in. Thank you. Next, I want to say thank you to Deathforged. He's quite the regular, always hanging out in the chat, providing helpful tips to Elden Ring, and has the honor of being the very first Patreon subscriber. Kudos to Deathforged. But wait, there's more! Deathforged gifted 2 Steam games, the Elden Ring DLC and the Elden Ring sequel. Thank you so much, man. You're awesome. I hope you like this video. You mentioned in Discord the other day how you liked my cooking videos, so I dedicate this one to you. Thanks again, brother. Thanks to Noob Fever as well. He's quite the regular in chat during the live streams, and it's great having him around. An additional shout out to Mr. Whiskers. He's been around in the chat the last few Elden Ring sessions and has offered great advice to me while I'm learning Elden Ring. It's also my first Souls game, and his information has been a big help. Sometimes the information he omits is a cause for hilarity. Oh, did I neglect to mention it's guarded by a dragon? Is a thing that was said. Finally, thank you, Phoebus. Phoebus has also donated to help out the channel. I got laid off about 2 months ago, and I was about to cancel my ChatGTP subscription just to reduce my bills, and Phoebus donated to keep it up and running. Thank you, sir. Much love. If you like this video, consider supporting the channel through any means you like. Simply liking and subscribing is a big help. Sharing the video with friends and family is a big help. Hanging out in the live stream is a huge help. And if you want to do even more than that, consider supporting me through Ko-Fi or Patreon. There will be links in the description of this video, as well as the ingredients list for the food preparation, along with some links to the things you might not have but would need, such as an air fryer or that spray bottle I use for oil. Using those links will support this channel as well. All of the items linked are ones that I use myself day to day. I have not been paid to promote any of this stuff. That wraps up the video. I hope you enjoyed it and found it instructional. Let me know in the comments how your cooking turns out. I pretty much live stream for a few hours every day. Feel free to stop by and say hi and see what's being worked on next. See you next time. Okay. All right, y'all. That's good. I'm proud of that. I really am. I hope some people post a comment, let me know that their food turned out good. It would very much please me if somebody followed this instructional video and made a nice delicious meal like that. I like teaching. I love acquiring skills, and I love sharing those skills with other people. And cooking is one of those skills I had to acquire. because Mama wasn't a very good cook when I was growing up. The smoke alarm was the dinner bell, basically. Oh, Mama, I love you. All right. Okay, so we're done with that. So I guess now we got to do the open letter to Swifty, or at least write the script for that. So let's do new open letter to Swifty. All right, let me go. We're going to take a quick bio break. And then we'll get this written up and get to, there's a couple of changes we need to make to the stream layout, and then we'll start gaming again. So I'm feeling good. I got the video released. I got the affiliate links all set up. I applied to 5 jobs. I got all that documented. Let's take a look at the post the cooking video right there. Yep. Okay, so let's move this up here. There we go. Posted the cooking video. Let's move this up here. Be open letter to Swifty. Shouldn't take us too long to write that. Should really only take about 30-45 minutes there. Okay, there we go. And then let's see here. It's been 1, 2, 3, basically 3 hours since I ate something. Okay, I'll wait another hour probably and then eat. Oops. There we go. All right. Okay, so we're live there. Give me just a sec. Let's switch back over to old Carmack here. And we'll let this everybody just take 5. I'll be back in 5. We'll let this ride back in 5 minutes, and then we're gonna write an open letter to Swifty, and then we'll update the stream layout, like I said, then we'll move on to gaming. I'm not gonna make the open letter to Swifty video. I wanna write the script and think about it, because I'm not. Yeah, let me just get it written up first.
And a lot of these were driven by sort of artistic and aesthetic concerns, where we got, if you pull up a 3D rendering program and you look at their material stuff, there's a whole page full of options, things that you can tweak, knobs you can turn, checkboxes you can set. And each of these had some use case where somebody wanted this because it made their image generally look a certain way that they wanted. Very rarely were these things driven by sort of physically correct rendering. And there was a huge plethora of these things that came out. Every different program had a different set of options. You always had this fallback of you've got your diffuse colors, your specular color, your roughness. This basic Phong shading model persists to this day, but now we have a ton of other things that we can tag on there, things that are subsurface scattering approximations, Fresnel lighting, different frequency response on surfaces. It's like some of the things do have physical basis to them. Like one obvious thing, the Fresnel effect is the effect that as you get more and more glancing to something, the reflection gets stronger and stronger. And you see this is what makes water and glass look like water and glass. If you look straight at them, you pretty much see straight through them without a whole lot of reflection. But as you get more and more edge on, even a surface like this, where when I'm looking at this angle here, I've got a very, very strong, clear sense of the slightly wavy reflection of that white line there, while if I look at it right here, it's barely visible. So that's a physical effect in reality that you can work through the real physics equations of why this happens, but people, again, sort of called up the trusty raise a cosine to a power, and it sort of looks like what we want when we're dotting a couple vectors together. So that's something that's based off of plausible physics, but generally only roughly approximated. And there are other things like that with, like the change in some metals get their metallic look because they slightly change colors as they get towards grazing angles. So again, you can calculate the real physics for that, or you can just kind of say, well, this color sort of changes to this color at the edges and start interpolating between them. But but lots and lots of good work and lots of lots of high budget movies and so on were built with these sort of very ad hoc techniques. But sort of in parallel with this, the other big revolution that was happening was global light transport and global illumination. It comes back to that whole hack of the ambient term, this sense that obviously if I'm right here, the lights are only directly hitting the outside. The back of my hand has no direct view to any light, but it's still quite bright and clearly illuminated. It's bright because all those lights hit this whiteboard, bounce off of that, and wind up lighting my hand from the back. And you can see like color changes, like if I move up here where it's mostly covered by the blue marker on there, there'll be blue tints to it. And this recognition that so much of what we consider important in the visual field is actually indirect. It's not just a matter of here's the light, here's the surface, what's the reaction? Because we come back to how much of the light gets bounced around. And there's a term called the albedo of a surface, which is what fraction of the light gets reflected versus absorbed. And there's some tricky terminology with this because you can have either the total solar albedo, where you talk about how much energy comes off of the sun, and this is used for climate modeling and some remote imaging and things like this where you matter. But you've also then got the visible albedo, which for rendering is what we care about. And the point is that the best reflectors, your chrome sphere that's mirrored or your white piece of chalk or your freshly driven snow, those can reflect 90-ish% of the light, while your darkest surfaces, your lump of black coal or asphalt in some cases, might only reflect 5%. But when you're reflecting 90% of the light, what that means is that if you're in a room that has mostly white surfaces, a single bit of light coming out of your light emitter might bounce around a dozen times before it finally gets absorbed. So it could take a very complex path before it winds up getting to your eye. And this is why we could have cases like a dark room illuminated only through the crack under the door, but you can still wind up looking around, even around corners. You can go into the closet in the dark room illuminated under the keyhole and still find things somewhat lit. And that's because of this many bouncing path that light can take from the light emitter coming around till it actually gets to your eye. And this turns out to be a really frighteningly complex and expensive problem to solve properly. The first sets of attempts at this dealt with radiosity approaches. And a lot of this was driven by engineering things beyond just making pictures, because you would talk about things like heat management. If you have a certain amount of energy coming in here, how hot is something going to get, and what's the hottest part going to be, because that matters for a lot of engineering terms. So you can do things like, make a complex surface here and say, energy is coming in here. How much of this energy makes its way to here, to here, to here, here? And it's not just a matter of that's basic geometry calculations to say how much of this is directly impinging on that surface. What gets complicated then is you say, well, this reflects 50% of its light, and that 50% goes to all of these different ones here. And this one reflects 50%, and that goes to all the ones here. And in theory, if you're doing everything floating point math, you can keep saying, you can bounce it 100 times and say you get, 0.00001% winds up coming back to another spot. At some point, you just say it's converged well enough, the solution is not going to change much on no matter how many more bounces that you do. So the radiosity solutions work by creating this giant linear algebra matrix of coefficients, where you identify all of your surfaces and you say what form factor, what fraction of the energy goes to all of the other different surfaces. And then you may be solving this 10,000 by 10,000 matrix. And there was a lot of work on the optimizations that go into solving this more effectively. But there are two reasons why radiosity is not a particularly relevant technique for computer graphics anymore. One aspect that it sort of glossed over was the notion of occlusion, where if you've got a surface if this goes out here and you go around the dark corner, all right, we've got this surface here. It's clear that it can't see this surface at all. It can see this surface, it can see part of this surface, a fraction of it, and it can see an even smaller part of this surface over here. So you have to calculate these occlusion terms where you're saying each surface, unless you're in your deformed stretched icosahedron or some surface, some solid that has no convex, no concavities inside it, you're going to have these aspects of occlusion. And this becomes a very, very difficult thing to solve completely analytically. If you're trying to stay in just analytic world and you try to solve, well, okay, we have this surface occluding this surface and then another surface here and another surface here, it's the potentially visible set problem on every polygon, and it's an analytic nightmare. So you wind up solving this by approximating. You just say, all right, I've got a surface here, I'll throw a bunch of rays to test out here, and I'll throw 20 rays out, and if 10 of them get through, I'll say I'm 50% occluded. Now, a purist will start blanching and saying, well, yeah, but that's random, there's this randomness, you might be misestimating, there could be pathological cases. And there's some truth to that. Anytime that you're sampling things, there are sampling cases that can turn out pathological. But the other side of that then goes, it's like, well, we're tracing rays. We have another technique that involves lots of tracing rays and come about it from the different route, which is to say, well, let's start with ray tracing and let's try and solve the global illumination problem using nothing but ray tracing, which leads to path tracing. So you could make a rendering solution, a rendering program where you start with your light emitter. You throw photons out in all directions. You have your cube here, and somewhere you have your eye. You will get a physically accurate image if you throw random rays, pick a random direction. It goes down, some of them go off here, some of them go up here, but eventually some of them wind up hitting a surface. And then based on what that surface is, you determine which direction the light goes out. It's going to be random. And again, your perfect reflector would not be random. It would go off in exactly the perfect reflection direction. All other materials will throw light in essentially all directions, but with different distributions. They'll be more biased towards the reflection direction, but there'll be a chance that they go everywhere. So one of your billions of light rays goes out, hits there. It decides it's going to reflect up. Another one goes out, hits here. It's going to reflect over. But eventually, some ray is going to come down, hit a point here, and then reflect at exactly the direction that goes over and hits the surface of your eye, which the lens can then focus into something that you can perceive. And this has an interesting biological side to it. The larger an eye is, the more light it can collect, which is why animals that will generally hunt at night can have larger eyes, larger openings into their eye, and why telescopes get bigger to see more. This is what's happening in reality. Zillions and zillions of photons come off, they bounce around, and eventually some tiny fraction of them hit the lens of your eye or your detector or whatever you're using and can be resolved into an image. So you can make an image like this. People have done it. It is extraordinarily inefficient, but you can solve everything with it. This is a complete and accurate solution, as accurate as your analysis of what the light's distribution is and what the surface's distributions are. This can be as good as that. You can have your extra surface up here where you hit the ceiling, you bounce back down, you hit a wall over here, you bounce back over, and then eventually make your way to the eye. And you start thinking, well, you can have 10 bounces going in a random direction, and your eye is only some handful of millimeters across, but you're projecting an area this size. How many traces do you have to do? Well, you have to do billions and billions, and you wind up with a very noisy image at that. But if you did enough of them, this would come out with the right solution. Trace array, it either gets absorbed, or it reflects into a different way, or transmits through it. You've got this the model that you use, the bidirectional subsurface scattering distribution function. So as accurate as that is, determines what happens to the lights. You can have models of the lights. There are these standards like IES light tables that have those particular lights, you could look up what's the distribution of photons that come off of them. You could look it up for all the different ones. And as good as the data is, your simulation can be as good as what you feed it. But it's hopelessly inefficient. What we wind up doing in different ways that can be reasonable approximations are, instead of throwing rays out from the light, which are mostly going to go nowhere near what you want, you can reverse the trace and go from your eye, like in the kind of classic ray tracing, go to the surface, and then you start getting into the cases where one of the sort of buzzwords in high-end rendering is whether a renderer is biased or unbiased. A biased renderer is not necessarily perfect physics, but they do it because it's going to be a lot faster. Like the standard thing that you do, if you don't mind being a biased renderer, is you say, well, I have all these directions that I could go to the world. I could go up to the ceiling, I could go down to the floor, but I know I've got all of these lights up here, so I'm going to send most of my rays towards the lights, because those are almost certainly going to be the things that really make a difference. So you hit your point, and you trace against every light. You've got 3 lights going here. Let's run a trace up against them, check for occluders, solid things blocking it off. And then you start throwing random amounts of rays in different directions. You can be smart and base it on what the character of the surface is. It again comes down to these distribution functions where you could have rays where it's more likely that if light comes in this way, it's more likely that it's going to make it out towards your eye, so it makes sense to sample that more often. And there is tons of work going on to this day. This is sort of where the active state-of-the-art of graphics rendering is, how you optimize this path tracing to be more efficient in different cases. But it is always then you're making your approximations on what you want to do, because you can make, like, the problem with this is if you have, if you're biased and you trace specifically to certain lights, there could be combinations of surfaces here. Like you might have a surface here which is slightly emissive, and if you wind up hitting that because you were tracing towards the light, that's going to get overrepresented based on, versus something that's over here that wasn't in the direction of one of the lights. But this approach, it pretty much works. We do, like for the baking in IdTech 5, we have a very primitive lighting solution, because even though we do it offline, the surface area of one of the maps in Rage is about as much as the pixels that go into a feature film, and we have turnaround time, so clearly we can't do these billions of ray traces for every, what would be a frame of that. We have to keep these down to some credible amount of time. So what we do is, when we're rasterizing a surface, we don't even have the viewer at all. We're doing a view-independent approach for the global illumination. And then again, the terminology is problematic because we have radiosity as terminology in a lot of places as a synonym for global illumination. And technically, it's not. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, we have a visualizer called Rad Preview, even though it does not do a matrix calculation for radiosity at all. It's, it is based on this more of a tracing approach. So we get our surfaces, we look at all the lights that we think should be affecting us, we trace to them to get our shadows and sample them to make soft shadows. In fact, that's another important thing. The way you get a soft shadow is if you've got a surface and you've got an object.
He's talking about ray tracing.
That's going to cast a shadow. If you had a point light source, so it was nothing but a teeny tiny point that all the energy came out of, then you would have a hard shadow edge. It would look like Doom 3, where you've got fully illuminated and then fully shadowed. In reality, there's no such thing as a point light source, and this is an important thing to realize. Everything, even if you look at a light bulb, a dangling incandescent light bulb, the photons are actually coming out not off of a point, but off of the little zigzaggy filament that's inside that. It has an area, and the photons come off distributed from that area. Now, the sharpness of a shadow depends on the ratio of the area of that emitter to the distance that it's going across. When you have a great big broad fluorescent light assembly, and you've got a small occluder here, everything is going to be lit to some degree. That you have Yeah, so in this case, you might have only the very smallest area there that would be solid, completely shadowed. But as you move over, you start to be able to see part of the light. So it gets brighter and brighter until you get to the point over here where you can see the entire light emitter. So we have, to get the soft shadows in rages, so like if you looked at the earlier Quakes, there were soft shadows in there, but they weren't a matter of calculating soft shadows. They were because we made a hard shadow calculation and then we interpolated between it, which is why you got kind of the blurry stair-steppy edges there. For Tech 5, we actually send a number of shadow samples, and this is one of those things that gets into performance trade-offs where if a designer sets a very large area for a light source, then you will have a very broad area of changing shadow resolutions. And if you only put 16 tests to it, that means you only have the possibility of 16 bands of different lighting. And that's in the best case, if it comes out exactly sort of for your samples where they do their best good. And it's completely possible to have, if you've got a broad area light source, to need hundreds of samples for every pixel to determine how bright that should be. And it can get worse in a lot of cases. A lot of offline rendering may use thousands of samples per fragment when you get into the global illumination. So what we do from the direct lighting, okay, obviously it's a biased lighting approach there because we sample directly to the lights. But then we send out random rays from the surface to see what else it hits. And when it goes out and hits this surface up here, then we apply a simplified version of the lighting to that. We don't do all the full soft shadows, but we do basic lighting approaches. We've had options to do multiple additional bounces, but this is what we live with, is some approach of sampling the global environment, and we don't do it lots for each pixel. What we wind up doing is each point throws one or a few samples into different directions, and then when we average them, for this pixel, we average over a broader range of pixels. And these are the types of trade-offs that everybody doing rendering makes different trades like this, where you decide what you think is most important, how much time you can afford to spend on things, and you make your choices and you live with them after that. But we know doing it right is just a matter of throwing billions of rays in an ideal case. You have to throw lots and lots into the environment. We can make decent approximations now, but we're going to soak up all the additional computing power that can be given. Like one of the saws in the offline rendering world is that the frames will always take a half hour to render in most studios. The more power they get, just the more things that they add to it. There's hope that's not a law of nature, that we are getting to faster turnarounds, kind of like the pace of hard drive size versus usage. But it does seem likely that the path forward is lots and lots of rays, physically accurate material definitions, and approaches that are approximations of the sampling of path tracing. There are some neat demos going around today, like the Brigade path tracing demo, which is real time, and it's doing simple path tracing from sort of a parallel outdoor light, and it's noisy and fizzly as it comes in, but you can stop and watch it kind of come in more crisply. And eventually, this is going to be the way things go. This is the way we're going to be rendering, but we still have maybe a couple orders of magnitude before it's really competitive. I think one more order of magnitude in performance and you'll start seeing it used for some real things, but it's still, you have to have a good reason to step away from rasterization. But probably when we get 2 orders of magnitude, then you start seeing it as one of the more general tools. And the reason that it's winning in the offline world, even though it's still slower, people still care about how long their renderings take, even if you're making a feature film or a TV commercial. It matters for your iteration time. But the sense is that you get more out of this being understandable. With rasterization, environment maps, shadow maps, there are all these knobs that people just, the best people know what they mean, but 90% of the people working in visual in computer graphics, they have these things that they know push this way and it kind of does something, but it's a lot of black magic and a lot of things that are just not at all physically plausible. And this is one of the things that I've been working with the artists at id in the last several months to start moving us towards this more physically based sense of things, where if you just use your standard diffuse specular roughness, you can have materials that just make no sense at all in the real world. You can have things that reflect more energy than come in when you've got a bright diffuse and a bright specular. And there's the real step that we've had to make education-wise is treating these maps not just as something that you paint in Photoshop, but how you define the materials that are there, where it shouldn't be that if you're looking at something that's a belt buckle, you say, okay, this is metal, it's going to have a high specular, it's going to have a low diffuse, the specular may have color in it, it's going to have a high power or a low roughness, depending on how you're formulating it, because that's what it is. But far too often for the past decade in games especially, the maps that have been fed into these things, the diffuse maps, specular maps, whether they're gloss or roughness or whatever you term it, they're things that are painted in, where a lot of times you'd see a specular map where, you take your diffuse map and you kind of monochromize and maybe color shift it and you stick it into the specular, and you wind up with things that yes, it makes parts of it shiny and parts of it not shiny, but some of these things, like I don't actually think that there is a physical material that exists that has a red specular reflection color. I mean, maybe there is, but it's certainly not common. Specular colors are generally white except for metals, which can be the color of the base surface. So there's the biggest thing that's going to be happening for making games look better is really not advancing the graphics technologies, at least for our studio. It's the matter of getting materials that actually make sense. And once you're there, then you can start improving the things that you do with adding your better global light transport, all the other cases there. One more thing before I cut out from the time warning here. So the cost of all of this, billions and billions of rays. One technique that's gotten a lot of currency in recent years is ambient occlusion. Now, to explain what ambient occlusion is, it's another one of those great big hacks, but it works, usefully, and it's kind of standard fare in a lot of offline work. So if you have an object that's got some concavity here, and you've got the light, shining on it from here, so you light it all up. In an ideal world, you'd be doing all of this path tracing, and you would say that, okay, some of the rays hit here, they bounce around into here, some of them go up here, hit here, and get into that. So the tortuous path that light can take to get into there, that's what you really want to deal with. If you've got your white surface there, you might need to trace 10 bounces from thousands and thousands of things. The observation that ambient occlusion is based on is that when something has other things very close to it, it is very likely to be not as bright as things that do not have things next to it. If you've got a flat surface and you're lit, there's nothing that's going to be bright that's taking anything away from it. But if you have a flat surface that has an occluder here, this area right here, it might be directly seeing the light, and it might be seeing everything in this part of the hemisphere, but part of it's going to be hitting this. And some of that may be going and seeing the light, some of it may be bouncing in different directions. So ambient occlusion, all it does is instead of sampling the whole world, it samples just a small area around the point that you're working with. And importantly, and perhaps even more importantly than the scope of what it's sampling, when it hits things, it doesn't worry about the surface model. It doesn't run a BRDF or BRSSDF, whatever. All it does is say either I hit something close or I didn't hit something, and maybe keep track of how far away it is. And if you get something like this, where, okay, there's some light coming in here, I can see this, but I trace out.
Yes, Pumpkin. Okay. Let us switch over here. There we go. Okay, so I got my letter written, and I'm just running that by Phoebus. I don't want to because I'm sending him a public message. I don't want to put him on the spot. I don't want him to feel like I'm trying to force him into reply, but I don't know how else to get his attention. I don't want the email that I sent him to get lost in the shuffle like the last one did. And it's my fault because I didn't reply to him for 2 weeks. I was super busy. So I own up to that in here. Let him know I'm ready to start working again. All right, so that's written. So let's go. All right, so we got that written. Let's make a point to record that. Record open letter to Swifty. Okay. And then okay. Elden Ring. All right, cool. Let's do something real quick. This is Elden Ring related. All right, so we're done with the thumbnail project. All right, now we're going to open back up animated stream layout. Here it is. Okay, there's that. So we spelled playthrough correctly, because if you look here, switch over to the Elden Ring. See, I got the R and the H backwards. Oh, let's get rid of the bio message. There we go. Okay, now the other problem is that the chat, so you can see where it says send a message. See that? You can see me typing down there. I want to get rid of that. So to do that, what I think we need to do is go to the properties of the webcam. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Webcam properties. Okay. See, the resolution is 800 by 600. So let's make that 1920 by 1080 and apply. Okay, cool. All right. Now now this being wider, there we go. All right, now that means we're going to have to re-render it. Let's see. How are we going to do this? If I move this right there, there we go. And that means this can come up a bit more. Right there, that looks good. Okay. Now, I want this right there. Yeah, like that. Okay. Now with this thing a lot wider, yeah, see. See, now I should just be able to, perfect. So if I move that up there. Let's make it a little bit taller. Okay. All right, go here. Okay, so now what I need to do is just take a screenshot of this. Go. What? What the? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this is just gonna. What I'm doing is I'm saving. Wait, video projects, animated stream layouts, Elden Ring. Yeah, this is the one. Let's call this. Webcam, widescreen, new layout. Okay. So we're going to go back to. Okay, so here's that. So here's all the asset. There we go, right there. Let's move that into there. Okay, good. All right, now that we have this as part of the media pool, so what I'm going to do, oh, there we go. That's already there, isn't it? That's a video track, so what I can do is I can put this down here. Okay. So now what I got to do is make sure all that stuff's covered up. So this is the animated image. All right. So what we're gonna yeah, let's hide that. Let's hide that. Hide all the leaves. Hide the text for now. Hide that. Okay, and those are the fade ins and fade out. Okay, now okay, so that's the video, and that covers up everything. Boom. Okay, so it's hidden, and that's me. So now what I need to do is modify this. No, let's start it over. Why is that like that? I'm trying to remember. It's like animated PNG. Oh, that's animated. Oh, I get it. I get it. That's not the asset that I want to use. Let's start. These are the raw files. Okay, there's that one. There's that one. There's that one. Those are the three that I want. So now let's get rid of those three. And we'll blend them ourselves. Okay, perfect. All right, see, now I've got my thing. All right. So the idea is that we want each one of these to run for 3 minutes. So we click here. Come on, there we go. All right, that's the, where's the 3-minute mark? Right there. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to use this reference image on the bottom, and we're going to move this around. So we need to zoom it out just a tad. Let's move it on over there. Zoom out a little bit more. Go up there. I need to put it like right there in the middle. Okay. Oh, we gotta make it bigger. Oops. Okay, there we go. All right, that's looking good. Let's move it over just another tab. Whoop. Yes. Okay, and that's basically centered. So now if we crop the right side, wait, that's the wrong side. Crop the left side. Duh. Let's zoom in. Okay, crop left. Right there. Okay, that looks good. That's a lot wider. Okay, good. Now what I want to try to do is we're going to copy here, and then if I move this over here, okay, so we want to move it out to the 6-minute mark. Oh, right there. There it is. Okay. There it is. There it is. Okay. Now I should be able to click right here. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. Now if I right click and hit paste attributes, everything, hit OK. There we go. That looks good. Let's make sure it's all lined up. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Now we'll click here on this one and right click and paste attributes again. Everything, hit apply. Perfect. Okay. All right, now let's put in the transitions. And I like this smooth cut. So let me zoom in on that. There, 2, 1, 2, 3. Let's do, okay, so that's a 3-second transition. So to go like that. That looks good. Okay, now let's do the same thing over here. There we go. And we're making that 3 seconds. Perfect. Oh. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay, now I need to make this a little bit darker. Okay, so what we gonna do? Click here, video. How did I darken it again? I deleted it. Effects. Dynamic zoom, composite, stabilization, lens correction, retiming, super scale. Okay, there's nothing there. Open effects. Contrast pop, maybe? No, get that off of there. That ain't gonna work. Color generator. Lens sphere glow. Geez, I just don't know. Let's do this. This should be, let's add a track right there. Okay, we'll say dark, we'll call this darken images. Okay. Now this is a solid color right here. So I'm gonna copy that and click here. I'm gonna paste it there. Where'd it go? Okay, so take this down here. There we go. All right now. All right, so that's everything. So now, here's the color. Huh. All right, let's ask Bob. Okay, I need to darken an image in my DaVinci Resolve 19 video project. What is the easiest way to do that? Oh, it's in color. I just remembered. I keep forgetting. It's in a different spot. So let's delete this. Cut that out. Let's delete this track. There we go. Okay, now here, and then I go to color. Okay. Now. Oh, what else? It's going to tell me. Select the clip in the color wheel. Lift, gamma, gain. Reduce gain, reduce lift. Optionally adjust gamma. Okay, so here's gain. Okay, so that's color. Okay, so turn the shadows down. And the color boost down. And the highlights to 50. That looks good. That's what I'm looking for right there. Okay. So now I should be able to go to here. I can hit copy. And then I should be able to paste these attributes to the other two images. So we go here, right click, paste attributes. Yes. Okay, same thing here. Right click, paste attributes. Apply. Perfect. Okay, so now okay, this is the leaves that are falling for the okay, all these leaves are falling. That's for the chat. Okay, that looks good. Now what I want to do is enable the video track here. Okay, good. All right, now we got to adjust where this is going to go. Okay, good. All right, now zoom it out a bit. Whoops. Okay, that looks good. And then this is going to be like cut off here. So that means I should be enable that. Okay, yeah. All right, so this thing, it needs to go up a little bit. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that looks great. Okay. Now if I got rid of the yes. All right, that's what we're looking for right there. Okay, so we're going to click on this, copy that, And click here and paste attributes. Okay. Okay, so now let's start right here, and let's lower this down some. There we go. Okay, good. All right, so we want this to go a little bit. So we're going to start here, and we're going to hit this is the Y position, so we're going to click there. And then we're going to click over here. And then like that. So it should go there. Perfect. Okay. All right, now we're going to copy and click here and right click, paste attributes. Okay. Oh, I don't want to do that. Nope, don't do that. Is there a way to remove all attributes? All right, hold on a second. Which transition is this? Additive dissolve. Okay. Let's get rid of this. And we'll go back to here. Right there. Okay. And then effects, transitions. Additive dissolve right there. And we're going to make it 3 seconds long. Whoa. That's 3 seconds right there. Okay, now this thing needs to be, let's get rid of, let's not get rid of, let's just hide. Whoop. Okay. Now we're going to move this. Yeah, I like that. I like it a little off center like that. That's fine. Now we're going to zoom in to make sure. Perfect, like that. Okay. So now let's move it down some. Right there. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. Let's start here, actually. There's a lot going on in that picture. I want to try to get it. Okay, so we're going to click here, and we click... Wait a minute. Okay, that's fine. All right, so this is the beginning, and now position here. Okay, and then this is where I want it. And we lower it all the way down to like I think that's good. Okay. Okay, good. All right, so now we should be able to, there we go, that's that. Okay, I'm fine with that. I don't need to spend a ton of time on this. So Elden Ring first playthrough. And we got to adjust it. So we need to move this over a bit. Okay, got it. Copy. Click here, paste attributes. Apply, right here, copy. Paste attributes, apply, copy. Right click, paste attributes, apply. It's so convenient to be able to do that. Paste attributes. That's so good. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now that's the black part. Okay. So now this should look. Oh, we got to adjust this one. Let's zoom it out a bit. Move it over a bit. Okay, that looks good. So we're going to right click, copy, click here, paste attributes, apply. Click here, right click, paste attributes again. Yeah, one more right here, paste attributes, apply, all set. Okay. So now okay, and we see where we put the webcam. Okay. Okay, that looks good. And then we've got the fade and everything. So let's save, file, save. Okay, now we go over to the delivery. And we've got all this. Let's go to edit real quick. Actually, I'm going to leave that there as the reference. I'm not going to get rid of that. I'm just going to hide it so it doesn't render. So delivery. In, out. So we're going to do YouTube quality. Animated stream. Elden Ring. Animated stream layout V2. Yeah, we'll put that on the desktop. Let's remove that, add that to render queue, render all. Oh man, that's taking a bit. It's because it's a ton of layers, probably. It's all those layers and all those effects. Okay, while we're waiting on that, let's update the letter to Swifty. Phoebus gave me some good feedback. Reconnect with Swifty. There is something not quite right about the first paragraph. Let's revise and have me apologize for not responding in time, acknowledging well, I can't. There we go. Acknowledging that he made the effort to reach out to me, and I fumbled the ball due to life circumstance. You know, it's my fault that he didn't see my reply because it took me 2 weeks to respond, and that's my bad, not his. Rewrite it. I've been meaning to say I really appreciate the email you sent me about 1.5 years ago. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you in time. You made the effort to reach out and I fumbled the ball. I did send a reply, but it was about 2 weeks later. And by then I imagine it got lost in the shuffle. Totally my fault. Not yours. Life was pretty overwhelming at the time, but I should have made more of an effort to respond when it counted. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's check. Oh, we're about halfway done rendering. And then we're going to line everything up in the stream. And while we're waiting on this, let me look at my to-do list. Okay, good. So that's actually done. Okay, this is in progress. This is finished. Let's for some reason, in case I need to reference it. Let's move that up to the top. There we go. Yep. All finished and posted. Boom. Okay. And then we did the viewer appreciation right there. It's all done. I hate how it does that. I'd rather it put it at the top of the stack. Okay, we're in progress with that. We'll just say rough draft. Written, asking Phoebus for feedback. Okay. Okay, we will do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. I heard back from why my Fiverr page got declined, and I must have screwed something up when I was putting in the W-2 information, because that's what they rejected me on. We can do that tomorrow. Let's move that to priority. No, move it down here. Okay, and then a bunch of other videos. Video ideas right here. All right, I think we've done what we can. We're almost done rendering. As soon as this is done rendering, we're going to update the layout that you see in front of you. And it shouldn't have that black bar there. The black bar is on the right side and between the banner. In fact, we'll add it when it's done. I think I fixed the AC, thank goodness. There was something wrong with the pump, but I took the cover off of it and got to looking at it, and it's not leaking anymore. A couple more seconds. All right, very good. Let's open the file location. Where is it? Right there. Okay, we're going to cut. And we're going to video projects, animated stream layouts, Elden Ring. Let's paste it in here. Elden Ring stream layout. Okay, so now add video. Media source. Okay, so we're going to create new, and we're going to call this Elden Ring animated layout v2. Okay, now we point it to that file right there. Loop it. Loop it. Dump it. Okay, where is that? That's at the top. Let's move it all the way down to right there. Okay, good. All right. Let's get rid of that. Whoops. Look at that. Look at that. It just popped right on in there. Yeah. Yeah. Let's adjust the chat just a tad. Okay, good. Yeah, now that cuts off just the part where I'm typing. That's what we want. Now, do I need to make it darker? Can you guys read the chat? Do you think I need to make it darker? The background images? Let me see what this looks like. It could stand to be darker, couldn't it? Okay. All right. Let's go back to edit. Here we go. Color. Saturation, maybe? Wait, I'm on that. Hold on just a second. Go back. It's this one. Wait a second. Edit. Click this. It's highlighted. Color. Shadow. No, that's not it. I know, this would be the easiest thing to do. Add a track there. Go to generators. generate a solid color. Okay, now I should be able to click here. Opacity right there. There it is. Too bright. A little darker. Let's put it at 50. Okay. So now perfect. Okay, that's the audio. Don't care about the audio actually. Here, let's unlink or link those. Oh no, don't you crash on me. Son of a bitch. All right, let's see how much work we lost. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I guess I'll just leave the audio alone. Okay, what about that one? Very good. Okay. All right, so now we can turn everything back on. Oops, okay, we got to fix that. It needs to be over just a smidge. That's going to be the x-axis. There we go. Okay. And then there's the fade out. So let's just scrub through it one time. Yep. And it's a lot darker. Okay, let's try it again. Deliver. We're going to call this Elden Ring animated stream layout V2-1. We're doing the YouTube format MP4 H.264 codec. And it's going to put it on the desktop. All right. Let's remove this. And one more time. All right. While this is rendering, this is going to take... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, render all. Here it goes. Okay. So this is going to take 5, maybe 6 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick break. You should too. And then we're going to get this plopped in there. Well, see, that looks fine. I guess the other one was just too light. Yeah, that's the problem. That one's too bright right there. So we did need to re-render the... Yeah, it's a lot darker, you can see. That's going to look better. Got to have the contrast between we got like white text in the Twitch background. I guess I'm sure there's a dark mode. Oh, in fact, it is in dark mode. We're just chroma keying out the darkness. Okay. All right, everybody take 5. Whoops. Be right back. Okay, we'll drop the new one in there when it's finished. We're still showing the old one so we can see the improvement. See how that chat section is too skinny? We're going to fix it. All right, yeah, let me go take that break real quick while we're rendering. Okay. Okay, how much time we got? About 3 minutes left. Okay, we're almost there to Elden Ring. We got 2/3 of it rendered. Here's the last 33%. And for those of you just joining us, you'll notice that the chat background is not the correct size. It was a little too small, so we made some adjustments. Oh, I want to look at this Tiny Tina's thing Deathforge was saying. He says there's a free game out there. Let's see. That's it right there. Wait.
You see the walls of the mighty Brighthoof! And a massive skeleton army! Catapults are assaulting the city! The sky is filled with arrows! And boulders! And bones! Evil is all around you!
Come on, let's kill these idiots!
Hold the horrid visage of the Banshee!
Well, that's wild. That means I should just be able to click right here. Let me make sure it doesn't show personal info. Okay. Please drag the crossing to complete the lines. What, I can't solve the CAPTCHA? So I hit place order. Please drag the crossing to complete the lines. Is that what you're supposed to do? Where else would I put it? See, I can't put it up there. Failed to challenge CAPTCHA. Please try again later. I don't get it. I'm not a human. I can't beat the CAPTCHA. There's something bugged. I can't. verify your information, place order. Please drag the crossing and complete the line. Are you guys watching this? Failed to show. I can't get it. There's no way for me to beat the captcha. Here, what if we add this to cart? And then we go back to the store. And we go back to, this one's free too. So add that to cart. Okay, so now we're going to go to cart again. All right, so this is all free, so we're check out. Oh, here we go. All right, I got a different one. Select objects that don't spoil for more than a decade. What? Bro, I can't. I'm not a human. Give me a different one. Is there something wrong with their CAPTCHA? It's like, all right, we'll restart the launcher. Exit. Okay. All right, here we go again. Well, wouldn't being pixel perfect like indicate a machine? Shouldn't there be a slight margin for error? Where else is this one gonna go? See, that one doesn't even, can you resize it? Wait, what? There we go. How is that? I can't zoom in. I can't tell if it's picked like. What do you mean, what icon? It says, please try to verify your information and place order. What is the black circle? It's a lock. It's a tooltip. So if I mouse over it, it says main content of the age capture challenge. And then I can click this, and the moment I click this, here, let me skip this one. Let me skip this one. Give me a different captcha type, man. Fucking hell. No, there's no other. Like, I'm double clicking. I can't right click. I give up. I give up. You tell your buddy over at Epic Games to check what the hell's wrong with their capture crap. Just show them a link to this live stream timestamp, 4 hours 5 minutes. Nice service you got here, Epic Games. Let me go to Steam and oh gee, I don't have to put in a captcha to buy your game here. Bullshit. What an inferior product. That's right, Epic Games. You heard me. There we go. Okay, we're going to try this again. We're going to get rid of this. And we're going to add video. No. It's media. Where is it? Media source. This will be Elden Ring background B21_1. Okay, that's the local file. We're going to loop it. We're going to this one. Boom. And we hit OK. There it is. I'll move it all the way down. It's right there. Oh, that looks great. There we go. Okay. Finished with that. Finished with that. Okay, what I'm going to do for like YouTube, for the YouTube stuff, I'm going to restart the stream real quick. I have to stop the stream over here for like 30 seconds and then load it up again so I can name it something different. Otherwise it'll like people will see, hey, Elden Ring playthrough, and then for the first 4.5 hours of the live stream it'll be working on stuff. So I feel that like that's bad. But if I stop the live stream and restart it, then they'll see the work part and then they'll see the Elden Ring gaming. So I think separating the two will help. At least that's the idea. So let's stop. All right. So YouTube will be back online.